Washington said last week about her Rwanda policy that it's inhumane, it's morally reprehensible, it's probably unlawful, and it may well be unworkable. How does she come to know better than a former Home Office Permanent Secretary?
First of all, Mr. Speaker, if I may tell the Right Honourable Lady, I'm surprised the Right Honourable Lady is using Sir David's name in vain, given it was also a former Labour Home Secretary who infamously and discourteously described the Home Office leadership and management at the time as not fit for purpose during Sir David's tenure. If I may, things have moved on in terms of the asylum in terms of the asylum system right now, which is why the new plan for immigration, which her party and members on the opposite benches continuously vote against, have no plan to deal with these important and difficult issues, and at the same time will bring in the reform that our country needs, while making sure that we preserve the efficacy of safe and legal routes for people that are fleeing persecution to come to our country and get the support that they need.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friend deserves great personal credit for seeking to tackle this dreadful crisis which exists in the Channel. But will she accept that many of us have grave concerns that the policy she has announced simply will not work? On the subject of cost, can she confirm that she will not be using expensive military aircraft to make this 9,000-mile round trip? And on the subject of cost also, will she ensure before the House of Commons votes on this matter tomorrow that we know the cost per asylum seeker of those she is sending to Rwanda?
Well, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend, right honourable friend, who knows Rwanda as a country incredibly well, if I may say so, and we've had many discussions in the past about Rwanda. I'm very happy to meet with him and have further discussions with him as well. We will not be using military planes for any removals, but he will also, and actually many members of this House will be pretty familiar with the approach that we do take to removing failed asylum seekers and foreign national offenders, to either returning them to their country of origin or to third countries. There is a whole process around this, which is a lot of operational work and details that take place. So I'm happy to talk to him privately about that, because these are complicated ways in which we can do this. And if I may, Mr. Speaker, the right honourable gentleman makes further points that I'm very happy to discuss with him as well.
Live effort.
Mr. Speaker, can the Home Secretary say whether she's negotiated a cap on the cost of this arrangement with Rwanda? What will be the cost per person sent, and whether there's a limit on that cost? If so, what is it?
Mr. Speaker, in terms of costs, as I've already published and said, there is an upfront £120 million development cost, and with that, of course, when we remove people, payments will be made accordingly, only once we've removed people to Rwanda.
Dame Andrew Lentz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm incredibly proud of this country and this government's track record in providing safe welcome to over 185,000 asylum seekers and refugees since 2015. And I do hope my right honourable friend will be ramping up the welcome for Ukrainian refugees. I know she'll be working flat out at it. But what I do find absolutely abhorrent and inexplicable is the way that many on the opposition benches, and in fact even in the top echelons of the Church of England and in other faiths, who have completely forgotten the images of children lying drowned on our beaches. How can they not seek to try and remedy that appalling situation? These are not refugees and asylum seekers. They are coming from France.
I thank my right honourable friend for her comments and observations. And first of all, Mr. Speaker, my right honourable friend will be very, very well aware of the work that our noble friend Lord Harrington is doing in the other place on the Ukrainian scheme right now, in terms of resettling and bringing people over for the Homes to Ukraine scheme. If I may, Mr. Speaker, The left in particular, they like to preach compassion, but there is little compassion when they do not have the backbone to actually make difficult decisions when it comes to the protection of human life. And if I may, Mr. Speaker, for months and months and months, they talk about saving lives and lost lives. And now that there is the prospect for action to save lives and to go after the evil people smugglers, they wring their hands and they choose to play party political games.
Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members across this House are desperately concerned about the children who are often on these boats. So can we have a straight answer from the Home Secretary? Does she intend for one of the criteria to be that, prevents somebody being sent to Rwanda to be being under 18? And crucially, where will the processing and the decision-making as to whether or not somebody is under 18 take place? Please, Home Secretary, be straight and honest with us what you intend to do with these children. We all deserve better.
First of all, Mr. Speaker, if I may, I've already spoken about the processing and the eligibility. Yes, I have. I absolutely have. And operational decisions are for the officials and the practitioners on the ground that undertake them. And that is part of our process that she should respect.
Peter Bone.
Mr. Speaker, I think the Shadow Home Secretary was slightly wrong when she talked about human trafficking. This isn't human trafficking, this is people smuggling. This is where evil gangs are paid money to take people across the channel. They don't care about the lives of these individuals. And the only way you're going to stop the people smuggling is if you reduce the demand for it, and the Home Secretary's Rwanda policy is absolutely right. Would you agree with me that her policy is morally the right thing to do?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. There is a distinction and a significant difference between people trafficking and smuggling. It is the smuggling gangs, the people smuggling gangs that we are trying to stop. We are trying to break up their business model and end their evil trade, and it's absolutely right that we do so. And when it comes to cases of human trafficking, it is a well-known fact, and in fact it is down to the work of my right honourable friend, the member for Maidenhead, and the work with the Modern Day Slavery Act, and the work of this government that actually has stood up the legalities and the proper processes to give those people that have been trafficked the legal protection and the safety and security that they need in our country.
Mr. Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Home Secretary tell the House how many people does she expect to send to Rwanda in the first 12 months of this scheme? She will be aware that Rwandan government ministers are on the record as saying that they expect their capacity to be in hundreds with a few thousand over the 5-year period. Given that 28,000 people crossed the Channel last year, does she really think that this scheme is going to have the deterrent effect she claims for it?
So his question is yes, and the scheme is uncapped, and that is exactly what we've negotiated with the Rwandan government.
David Davis.
The Home Secretary is quite properly focused on saving lives. So can I ask her a practical question? The World Bank has said that Rwanda is one of the highest incidences of malaria in the world. Our own government website warns travellers about hepatitis A and B, tetanus, typhoid, cholera and tuberculosis, not to mention rabies and dengue fever, which can't be vaccinated against. So what is the government going to do, both from an ethical and moral point of view, and to protect the British taxpayer against compensation claims, to protect the asylum seekers who go to Rwanda?
Well, my right honourable friend has made some important points, because the work that we've undertaken and the partnership with the Rwandan government is based on support directly to them, but also expertise, technical expertise in terms of resettlement, education, training, but also, as I reflected upon in my oral statement, Mr. Speaker, providing care in terms of the health and resettlement needs of those individuals.
Paula Barker.
Mr. Speaker, the proposal to treat refugees differently, purely based on how they arrived in the UK, undermines a key principle of refugee protection. Such an approach weakens the very foundation of the 1951 Refugee Convention and contradicts the steps the UK agreed to when signing up to the Global Compact on Refugees. So, What legal assurances did the government seek about protection of people in Rwanda, an authoritarian regime which has had one person in power for 30 years?
Well, I think, first of all, I've already been very clear that Rwanda is a safe country. And also people that are coming to our country are also coming to the United Kingdom illegally from safe countries, which is where people should claim asylum in the first place as well. I've already highlighted, Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, that Rwanda is not just a safe country, it's one that has resettled over 100,000 refugees. And if I may, I appreciate the Honourable Lady has just mentioned both the EU and EU countries as well. Both those bodies have deemed it safe to send asylum seekers to Rwanda. Rwanda is beholden to the same legal obligations as the United Kingdom on human rights. And if I may, I will say it again, but I think her tone towards Rwanda is deeply, deeply offensive in light of the partnership relationship that we have.
Natalie Elphick.
Deputy Speaker.
Does the Home Secretary agree with me that there is a moral as well as a financial responsibility to bring these small boats crossings to an end and save lives? And that is what this bold package of measures is seeking to do.
If I may, my honourable friend is absolutely right. And with that, of course, I do just want to pay tribute to the way in which she's been working with the Home Office as the Member of Parliament for Dover, that has been at the forefront of receiving people coming into the UK, but also her county council as well. They themselves have been under significant pressure for many, many years, which is why the dispersal policy, which was first proposed by Kent County Council, the leader of Kent County Council, that has taken time to be pushed forward, will make a significant impact for the people, the taxpayers of Kent, but also see going forward the principle of fairness being applied to people rightly who come to our country through legal routes, and the way in which we resettle people with no legal basis to be in the UK.
Janet Cherry.
Madam Deputy Speaker, this afternoon the Home Secretary has described Rwanda as a safe and secure country and said that to say otherwise is a slur. But only last year, on at least 2 occasions at the United Nations, the United Kingdom called for an investigation into torture, deaths in custody, extrajudicial killings and forced disappearances in Rwanda. So my question for the Home Secretary is this: was that a slur? Was that a slur by the UK? Or was it a well-founded request? What was the outcome of the request? And what legal assurances has she obtained from Rwanda regarding the treatment of any asylum seekers who are sent there?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, under this agreement, as I have said and I'll repeat again, Rwanda will process claims in accordance with the UN Refugee Convention, national and international human rights laws, and importantly will ensure that individuals are resettled in the right way. And if I may, over 130,000 refugees have been resettled in Rwanda, which actually speaks to the fact that Rwanda is not just a safe country, but it's a safe country that has been recognised by UNHCR and the EU, both of whom have resettled individuals to Rwanda. The final point I'd make, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that with all partnerships, well, if you would like to listen, I will answer the question, and I'm doing that. We have thorough discussions, and throughout the negotiations in this partnership as well, including on topics such as human rights, we've worked very closely with the Rwandan government, not just on this agreement, but fundamentally the need to protect vulnerable people seeking safety and seeking a new life.
Robert Neal.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Home Secretary is right to deal with the issue of criminal people trafficking, and she's right also to recognise the frustration of many people at the length of time it takes to remove people unlawfully from this country. The caveat that many of us have, however, is as to whether or not this scheme will actually achieve either of those objectives. Can my right honourable friend help me as to how she can assume that a set of criteria to determine a claim, as clearly must be done, is likely to be free from legal challenge if the criteria are not published and transparently available? And given that, would it not be much better to invest the significant amounts of money that we're talking about in speeding up the working of our current immigration system, the recruitment of more immigration tribunal judges and more investigative material resource for the Home Office, so that we can then do it without the financial and potential legal risks that the current scheme involves.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, if I may say in response to my right honourable friend, we are doing both. And he will know that the legislation for the new plan for immigration does exactly that, in introducing the one-stop shop in terms of immigration courts and tribunals, stopping the merry-go-round where various legal practices are used to prevent the removal of individuals with no legal right to be in the United Kingdom, the constant right of appeal in the immigration courts, which actually slows down cases from being processed. That is the purpose of the new plan for immigration. There are clauses in the Nationality and Borders Bill which, Madam Deputy Speaker, I repeat again for the benefit of the House, the entire benches on the opposition have voted against, because they do not want to see the issue of illegal migration, reform to the asylum system being addressed at all. And these are many of the challenges that we have to face and confronted with every single day.
Hilary Benn.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. On the basis of what evidence has the Home Secretary concluded that this policy, forcing some asylum seekers onto planes to Rwanda, is actually going to have a deterrent effect on the number of people getting into boats to cross the channel?
Home Secretary.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I've already alluded to this in my statement earlier. And the fact of the matter is, this is exactly what is required to break up the evil people smuggling gangs, to bring in the deterrent effect, alongside I have been very, very clear, there is no one single solution. And quite frankly, the benches opposite can scream hysterically as much as they want. They themselves do not have a plan. They themselves have supported for decades uncontrolled migration through whatever routes. There is a degree of dishonesty now with the British public at a time when we could come together to support proposals, and now we do have proposals through the Nationality and Borders Bill and a safe third country, which many were calling for through the various debates in this House as the Nationality and Borders Bill went through this House and in the other place as well. Now they just wring their hands and just typically just oppose any option, any solution that could make a difference.
Lee Anderson.
We can see, Madam Deputy Speaker, by the level of questions coming from the opposition, especially the Labour Party today, they are completely out of touch with the British public. But in the interest of safety, can the Home Secretary please confirm that if anybody doesn't want to go to Rwanda, they can actually claim asylum in France?
Madam Deputy Speaker, France is a safe country.
Karen Butt.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Home Secretary has been pressed several times on the issue of who will and who will not be liable to be included in this scheme, and specifically whether it will include women, whether it will include children. She has refused to do so, despite being asked by the Chair of the Home Affairs Committee by the former Prime Minister. If she knows how many people she believes will be included in this scheme over the coming months, surely she knows what the criteria will be, and if so, is it not her duty to inform this House of that?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I've made this point several times about those who are inadmissible to the asylum system, which are those that come to our country through illegal routes. We've made it abundantly clear, time and time again, that we are bringing in these reforms. We are bringing in these reforms to stop this illegal trade in people smuggling by creating safe and legal routes, exactly the type of safe and legal routes for women and children and families, so that they do not have to be put in the hands of the evil people smugglers. And we will absolutely, as I've said, consider everyone for relocation through the process that I've outlined on a case-by-case basis, and no one will be sent to the third country if it's unsafe or inappropriate for them.
Alan Cairns.
Madam Deputy Speaker, asylum is sought by some of the world's most desperate people fleeing some of the most horrendous sorts of crimes. But sadly, this process is abused by so many people traffickers, exploiting the vulnerability of the people that I've highlighted. What reassurance can my right honourable friend give that she will continue to develop safe and legal routes for some of those people who have been left in refugee camps around the world for so many years?
Home Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, my right honourable friend makes the most important point around safe and legal routes. And as I announced and spoke in my statement earlier on, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have resettled over 180,000 people through safe and legal routes, more than any government in recent years. And that is routes including Syria, Afghanistan, Hong Kong and now Ukraine. We will continue to do exactly that. And if I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, just conclude by saying, I've said in the House on a number of occasions that when it comes to safe and legal routes, they should be bespoke, because every single crisis is unique, and it's right that we work with the right international partners to make sure that we provide safety and security for those fleeing persecution and oppression.
Tony Lloyd.
Deputy Speaker, the Home Secretary will know that Israel introduced a very similar scheme, seemingly similar scheme to this, and then abandoned it. Can the Secretary of State tell us precisely why she believes that failed and what she puts forward will succeed?
Well, if I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, I can't comment on the schemes of other countries when they're not comparable to what the British government is doing. But this is a different partnership. This is a migration and economic development partnership. It is not comparable to those of other countries that he's referred to.
Speaker, I know the Home Secretary has worked tirelessly with our European partners to try and stop vile people smugglers, but it is evident more measures are urgently needed. Does she agree with me that a fair and just immigration policy and asylum policy should not rely on your ability to pay, nor should it rely on whether you're young enough or fit enough to attempt to jump the queue by making these journeys, and that to oppose any measure to stop these people smugglers is immoral?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right, and I think, quite frankly, when we see the scale of not just the global migration challenge, but also the level of criminality that has been associated with migration and illegal migration for decades, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is not a new phenomenon, as I've repeatedly said in the House many, many times. It is right that we go to many of the source countries. It is right that we absolutely go after the individuals who are responsible for this trade in people smuggling, that we go after them and we stop these routes from being viable. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, we can't do this on our own. We have to work internationally with our partners, partners in the EU, but other international partners as well, who do want to step up, who do want to be part of the solution, and also demonstrate to other countries around the world how we can resettle refugees in a good, proper way.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Permanent Secretary at the Home Office concluded that he couldn't tell if this was value for money. But on every number and every question of cost, the Home Secretary has failed to answer. But can she answer the point made by the Right Honourable Lady, the member for Maidenhead? If this deters certain people from crossing, surely the people traffickers and the smugglers will just load those dinghies up with women and children and make sure that they get their money somehow. It does not break the business model.
Well, I'm sorry, Madam Deputy Speaker, but if I may, I do want to dispute that point. It is our moral responsibility and duty not to wring our hands and just let the people smugglers carry on trading in human misery. We have a responsibility, Madam Deputy Speaker, to find solutions. It is disappointing, though, as I've repeatedly said, that the opposition will just sit on the sidelines, cart from the sidelines, play political games. The message to the British people is obviously they just want uncontrolled immigration. They don't have solutions to this problem, and they're not prepared to work with the government to actually stop this awful and evil trade in people smuggling.
Desmond Swayne.
Has she a plan to prevent potential emigrants from absconding before we can get them to Rwanda?
Well, it's an important point, Madam Deputy Speaker, and of course there is a lot of work that takes place with immigration enforcement and also our operational teams. I should just add, Madam Deputy Speaker, that for those that go through the asylum process, whose claim to process in the United Kingdom, issues such as absconding will have an impact on how their asylum claim is viewed and treated.
Harry Wilson.
Deputy Speaker.
I suspect that there are more asylum seekers housed in my constituency than in the constituency of many who have been hectoring the Secretary of State this afternoon. And I've heard their stories, and I know the misery which is caused by people trafficking and the desperation of those who hand over huge amounts of money and risk their lives to get into the United Kingdom. And therefore I do support the Secretary of State's aim and object to wreck this evil trade. But the question I want to ask is this: Secretary of State, if there is a lengthy processing procedure, and if at the end of that a very small percentage of those who are processed are actually left the country, do the people smugglers still not have an argument that it is worth your while handing over money to us and risking your lives?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. What I'd say in response to the honourable gentleman, there are a number of points that he's made, and he's made them incredibly well, actually, about the human misery. The human misery and the way in which people's lives are put at risk is absolutely shocking and is tragic. We want to stop that and break that, and we have to do that upstream, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's not good enough to wait for it to come to the shores of the United Kingdom or to the coastline of France. It is simply too late, and that is why there is a whole array of work taking place, and has been, but has been redoubled now, working with intelligence and security partners upstream and with different governments as well, so that we can target those gangs, intercept those gangs, and also prosecute them, not just in our country, but actually in other countries further upstream.
Henry Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Home Secretary's statement and a new plan for immigration. Does she agree with me that there is nothing moral at all about allowing a system that perpetuates evil people smuggling, or indeed one that puts disproportionate burden on constituencies such as my own in terms of temporarily housing migrants?
My friend is absolutely right, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I come back to the point, 2 points in particular, around the issue of criminal gangs, people smuggling. This is not a new phenomenon, it is well established, and we have to work with our international partners to absolutely break this model up and have the right level of prosecutions domestically, but also work with our counterparts on intelligence and intelligence sharing and prosecutions outside of the United Kingdom. Much of that is in the new plan for immigration, much of that is in the National Anti-Borders Bill, which this side of the House absolutely supports, that side of the House does not. And he's absolutely right in the whole principle of local authorities as well. It is unfair, Madam Deputy Speaker, that it's a handful of local authorities across the United Kingdom and England and Wales that have stood up to provide housing accommodation to meet the needs of asylum seekers. And I just think it's a shameful reflection on many of those local authorities, which will now be remedied through the dispersal policy.
Janet Davey.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I cannot accept that the Secretary of State believes that this policy is about protecting people, when we all know across this chamber that this policy is utterly harmful. The Archbishops of Canterbury and York were right for speaking out against the government plan to send in those asylum seekers and refugees to Rwanda. The government's language is one of criminalising vulnerable and traumatised people. The Bishop of York was right to say there is in law no such thing as an illegal asylum seeker. It is the people who exploit them that we need to crack down on. This policy will also cost the UK taxpayer billions of pounds, as we have seen in Australia. Isn't that correct?
Home Secretary.
Well, if I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, I hear her case, but doing nothing is not an option when people are dying in the Channel.
Sir Edward Lee.
Following that question, is not the, quote, ungodly thing to do is to do nothing and have a mass drowning of children in the Channel this winter? And given that there is no end of people who want to cross the Channel, however many we let in legally, isn't it morally incumbent on those who oppose this policy to explain to the House now how they are going to break the business model that once you get here, you are put in the hotel and you are never sent back?
Well, my right honourable friend is absolutely right.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Isn't the moral requirement for the Home Secretary to explain why she will deport people who've arrived in this country fleeing from desperate wars, famine and problems, and prepared to risk all to cross a dangerous sea? Don't they deserve a sense of humanity from the Home Secretary not to be deported to incarceration in Rwanda?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, again, I refer to the tone that the Right Honourable Gentleman is using to our partners in Rwanda, which I think, quite frankly, is quite questionable. But I would like to remind the Right Honourable Gentleman and all members of this House that France is a safe country, alongside many of the EU member states, that those that are travelling to the United Kingdom through illegal and dangerous crossings where their lives are put at risk, which is what we are trying to stop, they could and should claim asylum in those countries first of all.
David Simmons.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome much of what has been said today, but I'd like to ask my right honourable friend, given that 3/4 of child asylum seekers that come to the UK are boys aged 16 or 17, what assurance can she give me that the age assessment process will have been fully completed before they become eligible for removal from the United Kingdom?
Home Secretary.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for his very sensible question. And the House will be very well aware of the new age assessment work that will be put together and come forward, basically, through the Nationality and Borders Bill. This is an important piece of work which will effectively help to bring greater efficacy to the asylum system and support local authorities as well in determining the age of young people claiming asylum. Because for too long we have had some of the most egregious abuses where we've had young men masquerading as children and posing as a safeguarding threat in our schools and also in social services. So this is important work and serious work that is taking place right now, which will provide everyone the assurance around the age of those youngsters who are coming to our country and claiming asylum.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Home Secretary has been repeatedly asked this afternoon about the costs of this totally wrong policy. She said that she knew from examples of our existing removal schemes the costs that are involved in chartering aircraft. So can she tell us today what will be the cost of chartering one return aircraft to Rwanda? What will be the cost per one person deported? And will she admit that this will cost far in excess of the 120 million that she said was just for development costs?
Well, first of all, the honourable gentleman is absolutely wrong. And if I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, in terms of the costs of removal of individuals, I think for the record it's just worth reflecting upon the number of members on the opposite benches that frequently write to me, Madam Deputy Speaker, to stop the removal of individuals with no legal basis to be in the country when we are chartering those planes to remove failed asylum seekers and foreign national offenders. And those costs, Madam Deputy Speaker, are marginal compared to the long-term costs of housing people with no legal basis in this country, and the wider costs to society are public services, healthcare, and also housing and wider accommodation.
David Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I commend my right honourable friend on the proposals she's announced today, which offer the real prospect of breaking the business model of the people smugglers. And is it not the case that if anyone should be coming in for criticism, whether from this side of the Thames or the other, it should be those who are plying that disgusting trade and not those who are seeking to disrupt it?
Well, my right honourable friend is absolutely right, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I think also there's a moment of reflection for all colleagues right now when it comes to those that actually thwart the removal of those with no legal basis to be in the country, and also the cost to the British taxpayer, the cost to the public purse of hard-pressed British taxpayers of not removing those individuals from this country in the first place.
Global Britain used to be a byword for bad trade deals. Now it's an excuse to outsource our asylum system to Rwanda. Of course, we all stand, don't we, with the people of Ukraine in their fight to repel one dictator. But the Home Secretary is yoking the UK's reputation to another. Welsh and Scottish governments have long asked for talks on a solution on the establishment of safe routes for refugees. Did she engage with those two governments, or does she only talk with dictators?
If I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think the Right Honourable Lady will be very, very well aware of the engagement that's taken place in government around our safe and legal route for Ukrainian nationals coming over to the United Kingdom, and those discussions have taken place across the devolved administration. I should also just say, for the record, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the number of people that have come to our country through safe and legal routes stands at over 180,000 right now. Global Britain is doing more than its fair share in the world. We're leading the world when it comes to safe and legal routes. And if I may just finally conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, when it comes to safe and legal routes, it is the Honourable Lady's party and all the party opposite, every party opposite actually, on the opposite benches, that have voted against the Nationalising Borders Bill, which actually puts into statute safe and legal routes.
Andrew Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My right honourable friend has highlighted the opening of a reception centre at the former RAF base at Linton-on-Ouse, located, of course, between Harrogate and York. Can she give us a bit more information about that? For example, when might it open, what might be its capacity, and how many local jobs will be created?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I can confirm that the centre will be opening literally in the next 6 weeks. There has been work was undertaken for several months actually on the development of the site, including capacity at the site and all the various measures that are required for the housing and accommodation of asylum seekers.
Jill Warren.
Thank you. Between 2015 and 2020, the yearly number of asylum applications stayed constant at about 30,000, but the proportion decided within 6 months, her target, plummeted from 80% to 17%, despite doubling the number of caseworkers. So isn't the truth that her asylum processing system is broken? Sending refugees to Rwanda will not fix that. And she is using those fleeing from the worst atrocities of war as a shield for her incompetence.
Deputy Speaker, the asylum system is completely broken. That is the only fact that she is correct on. I am changing the asylum system as per the Nationalising Borders Bill, which the Honourable Lady has voted against and every member opposite has voted against. This includes turning around asylum decision-making in a faster way, digitalisation of the process, but also making sure that the immigration courts and tribunals also hear more cases in faster time, which is the point that I made earlier on to a colleague in the House as well. And it's important that all these aspects of a reformed asylum system come together. She may shake her head. She shakes her head because, quite frankly, she's opposed to any reform or any controls on illegal migration and immigration.
Deputy Speaker, ever since this policy was announced over the bank holiday weekend, we've heard some very strong rhetoric from the opposition parties, leaning into some very lazy tropes about Africa and dripping in European exceptionalism. So can I ask my right honourable friend if she'll agree with me in condemning that kind of language when talking about Rwanda? And can I admonish her to keep the course on this, because when I was talking to my constituents over the weekend, the one phrase that everybody was using is "not before time."
I thank my honourable friend for his comments. And I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, if I can refer to some of the undercurrents of the tone that has been used, not just in this House today, but more broadly around our partnership with Rwanda. Now, I could go as far to say that some of this is quite xenophobic, and quite frankly, I think it's deeply, deeply egregious. Rwanda is one of the fastest growing countries in Africa. We have an incredible partnership with them. There'll be hosts of the Commonwealth heads of government later on this year, and they are leading the way on the international stage on many, many international issues. And I actually think it is pretty distasteful. It says a great deal about members on the opposite benches, about their understanding of global Britain and internationalism.
George Howard.
So desperate.
Most recently, my right honourable friend, the member for Leeds Central, as have many others throughout this statement, asked for evidence that this policy could possibly work in some way or another. In each case, she declined to provide that evidence. So will she put in the library of the House of Commons all the advice she has received internal government advice on the legality, on the workability of the scheme, and also on the cost of the scheme. That way, at least we'll be able to assess what the evidence base is.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I actually refer to the comments I made earlier on in terms of the legal basis, the legislative basis, which was all put in place under the previous Labour government. And not only that, these schemes and this proposal was also looked at under the previous Labour government as well, which, had it have been operationalised back then, Madam Deputy Speaker, we may not be having this debate today, where more people would be claiming asylum in safe countries in the EU, and the people smuggling gangs would have been broken up.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome my right honourable friend's statement, and I believe the policy will work. Could my right honourable friend explain to the House what the successful implementation of her policy will look like on the ground, and in particular, what effect does she believe it will have on the numbers of vulnerable people willing to put their lives in the hands of ruthless people traffickers to gain illegal entry to our country?
Well, my honourable friend makes important points. One is actually in the policy work-in and the removal of people to Rwanda, and actually overcoming many of the obstacles and hurdles, some of which honourable colleagues have touched upon this afternoon, including legal barriers and many of the barriers that we face when it comes to the removal of those with no legal basis to be in the United Kingdom. The other point to make, Madam Deputy Speaker, is quite frankly the long-term impact and effect has to be to start disrupting that business model of the people smugglers, breaking up those evil people smuggling gangs and going after them with more prosecutions, making sure the pilots of those small boats are prosecuted in the way in which I explained earlier on in my statement. That takes not just a whole-of-government approach, it also means that we have to work with our international partners across Europe and even further afield.
Alison Toulis.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. My Glasgow Central constituents want none of this despicable plan. As the chair of the All-Party Group on Immigration Detention, I went to visit Napier Barracks. It is not fit for purpose. It is cold, it is bleak, it is lacking in dignity and privacy. Vulnerable people struggle to get medical, social and legal support, but at least we could visit. Madam Deputy Speaker, can the Home Secretary tell me how facilities in Rwanda will be scrutinised, particularly when Human Rights Watch says that Rwanda has arbitrary detention, ill treatment and torture in official and unofficial detention facilities is commonplace?
I'd be delighted to tell the Honourable Lady how accommodation facilities in Rwanda and Kigali will be scrutinised. That is part of the monitoring work that the Home Office and technical officials have established, and it's part of the Memorandum of Understanding. That's if she had read the details in the MOU. The second point, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that the Honourable Lady's characterisation of Napier is grossly wrong. And on top of that, and as we have as well, and she'll be very, very aware of the facilities that have been put in place in terms of recreation, leisure facilities, legal facilities, accommodation facilities, all the things that UK British taxpayers are paying for, and the cost of that is going up and up and up.
Nick Fletcher.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does the Home Secretary agree with me that no one here would spend thousands of pounds to go to one country and end up in another, and that this policy will end up as a deterrent, and that will save lives and save the taxpayer money?
Well, my honourable friends actually to voice the common sense on this, primarily because we want that deterrent effect. There's no question about that. And in addition to that deterrent effect, going after the individuals that quite frankly have been profiteering for decades and decades when it comes to the human misery, when it comes to people smuggling.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Given that we know many Rwandans seek and are granted asylum here in the UK, how can the Home Secretary possibly tell the House with a straight face that Rwanda is a safe country to send people seeking asylum?
Home Secretary.
Well, I'm going to refer the Honourable Gentleman to the comments that I've made earlier about Rwanda. Rwanda is a safe country. I think the tone that he has applied to Rwanda as a country and our partnership is unjustifiably insulting. I'm going to leave my remarks there, Madam Deputy Speaker.
McKinley.
Speaker, it would seem to me there are some who actively celebrate the porosity of the French border.
That weakness has seen 28,000 irregular crossings, a huge number of deaths, appalling deaths, and a trade that is bigger than the drugs trade. Contrast that with my right honourable friend's new policy, which will actually normalise proper immigration rules, taking people to safe countries for proper processing in the right way. Can she understand my confusion that people are not celebrating this new policy?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his support and his comments. I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, as I said earlier on, I do think the party opposite should just be honest about their position. They clearly stand for open borders. They do not believe in controlled immigration. We have a points-based immigration system which provides legal routes for people to come to the United Kingdom. They do not want the differentiation between legal and illegal routes. But I tell you who does, Madam Deputy Speaker, that's the British people.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When somebody is trafficked or smuggled into the UK and then determines that they don't want to be deported to Rwanda, what steps will she take to uphold their rights under the Refugee Convention?
Madam Deputy Speaker, as I said earlier on in my remarks, first and foremost, there is a difference between trafficking cases and those that have been smuggled through the people smuggling routes. When it comes to cases that are trafficking, we have all the legal basis to provide support and also to go after the traffickers in terms of the abuses that they have committed, and she'll be very familiar with all of that. But not only that, Madam Deputy Speaker, I say it again, every case is determined case by case, and with that, of course, that means the right kind of legal support, both in this country and also in Rwanda.
David Morris.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, people smuggling doesn't start at Calais. It can go through 5 different countries before it actually gets to Calais. Then we have the abhorrence of people drowning in the Channel. I understand the House's concerns over sending people to Rwanda. However, we have one champion in here, which sadly is not in his place at this moment in time. When he was the Shadow Secretary for DFID and became the Secretary for DFID, the Honourable Member for Sutton Coldfield did have a lot to do with Rwanda, and he's got the utmost respect from their government. Would my right honourable friend utilise his talents and use him in some ambassadorial way to make sure that it would allay the fears of the members of this House?
If I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend makes actually some very, very important points, particularly about the country of Rwanda, and those of us in this House that know Rwanda well, and I put that in the context of some of the ignorance that has been utilised and spoken about today, and actually about the incredible work of the Rwandan government through very difficult times, but more recently, how they have become almost Africa's voice on the international stage.
Ms Matheson.
Can I challenge this lazy and probably sexist assumption that all young men are economic migrants? Does she not understand that in conflict situations, especially civil wars, whether it's Afghanistan, Syria, Libya, Ethiopia, Sudan, one side will come to a town or a village and either press gang all the young men to fight for them or kill them, and then the other side will come in and do exactly the same. And what these young men are doing is not economic migrancy, but trying to flee from a war they want nothing to do with.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, of course, that is exactly why we are proposing safe and legal routes, as we've done with Syria, Afghanistan. These are bespoke routes that actually help those that are fleeing persecution. And there's an important point that he has made in there, which also means why our case-by-case approach on assessment when it comes to those seeking asylum is absolutely applied in the right kind of way. And the new plan for immigration and the National Anti-Borders Bill is trying to do exactly that by bringing efficacy to our asylum system to make sure that we can help those in genuine need.
Jerome Mayhew.
The EU uses Rwanda for refugee settlement. The United Nations uses Rwanda for refugee settlement. Even the Labour government legislated to use safe third countries to process asylum claims. Given this, does my right honourable friend agree that exactly the same approach lies behind this partnership with Rwanda?
My friend is is absolutely right, and it goes without saying that, of course, it seems to be fine, depending on your political persuasion, to say it's fine for the EU, it's fine for the UN, but it's not fine for the British government. That is simply not acceptable. This has worked in the past, and I come back, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the fundamental principle that doing nothing is not an option. While people are drowning, not just in the Channel, but also in the Mediterranean, people are taking dangerous journeys, often through Libya, making difficult and dangerous crossings across the Mediterranean and then across the Channel. That is what we want to stop, and we have a moral duty to do everything we possibly can to break up that model.
Indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, we know that 2/3 of migrants arriving by dangerous routes have a legitimate claim for asylum. But in respect of the remainder, can the Home Secretary please tell us what new agreement she has struck with the top 5 countries of origin of economic migrants in respect of returning migrants, improving visa application processes and tackling people smuggling at source?
Well, of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, so tackling people smugglers at source is exactly what our country and government are leading on right now. And we're leading on that work with our intelligence and security partners, and also through law enforcement cooperation as well. And we're doing this through our EU near neighbours, so France, Belgium, the Netherlands, but also countries further upstream, including Italy and Greece. And it's right that we do that. And this is difficult work, and we are supporting them. My final comment, Madam Deputy Speaker, very much comes back to a question from the Honourable Lady, but also points made by others. In terms of speeding up processes, this is exactly what the Nationality and Borders Bill is about. It's making sure that we can speed up asylum claims, stop the merry-go-round of going to the courts and tribunal again and again and again, and ensure that we can bring efficacy to the asylum system.
Jack Brereton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I very much welcome measures that will offer proper deterrence to those who are seeking to come to this country illegally. I also particularly welcome action to ensure that people are dispersed more fairly right across the country. Does my right honourable friend agree that for far too long, areas like Stoke-on-Trent have taken far more than our fair share, and it's about time other parts of the country did their part?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right, and I do just want to pay tribute to Stoke Council and to all parliamentary colleagues from Stoke-on-Trent. You've made the representation over a long period of time, many times, and with great strength and great feeling. The dispersal policy is important, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've touched on it already, but it is a complete and utter shame. I appreciate, the nationalists, have been howling about this policy, while at the same time only one local authority has actually supported the dispersal policy. In the principle of fairness and a sense of fairness across the country and to British taxpayers, we must make sure that every local authority participates in this scheme.
Paul Blomfield.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I try to get a clear answer to the question that others have asked? The Home Office fact sheet on this proposal explains, quote, every person who comes to the UK illegally or by dangerous and unnecessary methods will be considered for relocation to Rwanda. And the Home Secretary seemed to confirm that in her earlier comments. So will she confirm now that women and children who come to the UK through irregular routes, fleeing conflict and repression, will be eligible for transfer to Rwanda, and not just the adult men, as her department briefed the media?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll repeat what I said earlier on, that decisions will be taken on a case-by-case basis, and nobody will be removed if it's unsafe or inappropriate for them.
Jonathan Gullett.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I warmly congratulate my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, for this fantastic policy which people overwhelmingly supported when they voted for Brexit in 2016, and they overwhelmingly voted for the Conservative Party in Stoke-on-Trent for the first time across the board. Does she agree with me that it's about time that other local authorities did their bit, particularly in Scotland, and that the North Islington Wokarati are more than welcome to come to Stoke-on-Trent and explain why they oppose it? Perhaps they should send a member for Bury South to explain why.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I think it's fair to say that my honourable friend has made a very powerful and compelling case for the dispersal policy. But equally, as to why doing nothing is no longer an issue when it comes to reform of the asylum system, but also dealing with how we remove those individuals with no legal basis to be in the UK, particularly those that have travelled to the United Kingdom illegally through dangerous crossings who've come from safe European countries.
Lawrence Ashlomi.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I agree with the Right Honourable Member in that our asylum seeker is broken and that 5 million costs is a cost too much, including the people that are staying in hotels in my constituency on South Lambeth Road, the many people I'm trying to help in terms of their asylum claim. So many people in Vauxhall have contacted me, they're worried about this policy. The FCO website states that Rwanda is not a safe place and it's frowned upon for people of LGBT. There are many LGBT people who claim asylum. Can the Home Secretary guarantee that those people will still be safe and not sent to a country where they could be at harm?
Absolutely we can, and that was part of our negotiation with the Rwandan government and has been very clear in the legal agreement that we have between us.
Butler.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does my right honourable friend agree that the crucial point here is that the partnership with Rwanda is for people attempting to come to the UK illegally? And has she been struck, as I have, that despite the complaints, despite the carping, despite sometimes the caterwauling from the benches opposite, when it comes to proposing an alternative, a thought-through, a responsible plan, what is deafening is their silence?
Yeah. My friend is absolutely right. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll repeat what I said earlier on. It's the same party opposite that write letters to me frequently to stop us from removing people with no legal basis to be in the UK, including many foreign national offenders, rapists, murderers, paedophiles, you name it, along with asylum seekers. And that speaks volumes, it really, really does, when it comes to protecting our country and protecting British citizens.
Manira Wilson.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Like me, the Home Secretary is the daughter of East African Indian immigrants whose family sought sanctuary and a better life in this country. So does she not feel, as I do, a personal moral responsibility to extend the generosity that was shown by the British government to our communities in the 60s and 70s by providing further safe and legal routes to the UK for refugees, rather than shipping them off to Rwanda?
Deputy Speaker, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to safe and legal routes, I hope the Honourable Lady will vote with the government when it comes to the Nationality and Borders Bill, because that's exactly what this government is proposing. And as I've already said, 180,000 people have been brought to the United Kingdom under safe and legal routes, and this government is committed to doing much, much more.
That concludes this statement. I'm sorry for those who didn't get in. I'm sure we've got a list of names in order that we may look to them. We now come to the next statement. I now call the Prime Minister to make his statement. Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With permission, I'll update the House on the government's response to events at home and abroad during the Easter recess. I will come to Ukraine in a moment, since I've just left a virtual meeting with President Biden, President Macron, Chancellor Scholz and 8 other world leaders. But let me begin in all humility by saying that on the 12th of April, I received a fixed penalty notice relating to an event in Downing Street on the 19th of June 2020. I paid the fine immediately and I offered the British people a full apology. And I take this opportunity on the first available sitting day to repeat my wholehearted apology to the House. As soon as I received the notice, I acknowledged the hurt and the anger. And I said that people had a right to expect better of their Prime Minister. And I repeat that, Mr. Speaker, again in the House now. Let me also say, not by way of mitigation or excuse, but purely because it explains my previous words in this House, that it did not occur to me then or subsequently that a gathering in the Cabinet room just before a vital meeting on COVID strategy could amount to a breach of the rules. I repeat, that was my mistake, and I apologise for it unreservedly. I respect the outcome of the police investigation, which is still underway. And I can only say that I will respect their decision-making and always take the appropriate steps. And as the House will know, I have already taken significant steps to change the way things work in Number 10. And it is precisely because I know that so many people are angry and disappointed that I feel an even greater sense of obligation to deliver on the priorities of the British people and to respond in the best traditions of our country to Putin's barbaric onslaught against Ukraine. Our Ukrainian friends are fighting for the life of their nation, and they achieved the greatest feat of arms of the 21st century by repelling the Russian assault on Kiev. And the whole House will share my admiration for their heroism and courage. Putin arrogantly assumed that he would capture Kiev in a matter of days. And now the blackened carcasses of his tanks and heavy armour litter the approaches to the capital on both banks of the Dnieper and are smouldering monuments to his failure. Having pulverised the invaders' armoured spearheads, the Ukrainians then counterattacked, and by the 6th of April, Putin had been compelled to withdraw his forces from the entire Kiev region. Britain and our allies supplied some of the weaponry, but it was Ukrainian valour and sacrifice which saved their capital. I travelled to Kiev myself on the 9th of April, the first G7 leader to visit since the invasion, and I spent 4 hours with President Volodymyr Zelensky, the indomitable leader of a nation fighting for survival who gives the roar of a lion-hearted people. I assured him of the implacable resolve of the United Kingdom, shared across this House, to join with our allies and give his brave people the weapons they need to defend themselves. When the President and I went for an impromptu walk through central Kiev, we happened upon a man who immediately expressed his love for Britain and the British people. And he was generous enough to say, quite unprompted, I should reassure the House, I will tell my children and grandchildren they must always remember that Britain helped us. But the urgency is even greater now because Putin has regrouped his forces and launched a new offensive in the Donbass. We knew this danger would come. And when I welcomed President Duda of Poland to Downing Street on the 7th of April and Chancellor Scholz the following day, we discussed exactly how we could provide the arms that Ukraine would desperately need to counter Putin's next onslaught. On the 12th of April, I spoke to President Biden to brief him on my visit to Kiev and how we will intensify our support for President Zelensky, and I proposed that our long-term goal must be to strengthen and fortify Ukraine to the point where Russia will never dare to invade again. Just as our foreign policy must look to the long term, the same is true of this government's domestic priorities. And as we face the economic aftershocks of COVID and the consequences of Russian aggression, that is above all in tackling the impact on British energy prices and on consumers and on family bills. And that's why we're spending over £9 billion to help families struggling with their bills. We're helping families to insulate their homes and reduce costs, and to end our dependence on Putin's oil and gas, and to ensure that energy is cheaper in the long term. We published on the 7th of April a new strategy to make British energy greener, more affordable and more secure. We will massively expand offshore wind, and in the country that split the atom, we will build a new reactor not every decade, but every year. This government is joining with our allies to face down Putin's aggression abroad while addressing the toughest problems at home, helping millions of families with the cost of living, making our streets safer and funding the NHS to clear the COVID backlog. My job is to work every day to make the British people safer, more secure and more prosperous, and that is what I will continue to do, and I commend this statement to the House.
We now come to the Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
What a joke. Even now, as the latest mealy-mouthed apology stumbles out of one side of his mouth, a new set of deflections and distortions pour from the other. But the damage is already done. The public have made up their mind. They don't believe a word the Prime Minister says. They know what he is. As ever with this Prime Minister, those close to him find themselves ruined, and the institutions he vows to protect damaged. Good ministers forced to walk away from public service, the Chancellor's career up in flames, and the leader of the Scottish Conservatives rendered pathetic. For all those unfamiliar with this Prime Minister's career, this isn't some fixable glitch in the system. It's the whole point. It's what he does. It's who he is. He knows he's dishonest and incapable of changing, so he drags everybody else down with him. The more people debase themselves, parroting his...
Order! I can't hear what's being said because you're making joke. Mr. Babrickan, I'm all right. Keir Starmer. What I would say is, I think the leader said dishonest. I don't think that's an appropriate word to be. I think I will make. We don't want to talk about breaking rules, do we? I don't think that's a good time to discuss. I just say, I think if he just withdraws that and works around it, I'm sure that with the knowledge that he's gained over many, many years, he can use appropriate words that is in keeping with good temperate language of this House. Keir Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, I respect that ruling from the Chair. The Prime Minister knows what he is. And so he drags everyone else down with him. The more people debase themselves, parroting his absurd defences, the more the public will believe all politicians are the same, all as bad as each other, and that suits this Prime Minister just fine. Some members opposite seem oblivious to the Prime Minister's game. Some know what he's up to, but are too weak to act. But others are gleefully playing the part the Prime Minister cast for them. A minister on the radio this morning saying it's the same as a speeding ticket. No, it's not. No one has ever broken down in tears because they couldn't drive faster than 20 miles an hour outside a school. Don't insult the public with this nonsense. But, Mr. Speaker, as it happens, the last minister who got a speeding ticket and then lied about it ended up in prison, and I know because I prosecuted him. And last week, we were treated to a grotesque spectacle. One of the Prime Minister's loyal supporters accusing teachers and nurses of drinking in the staff room during lockdown. Members opposite can associate themselves with that if they want. But those of us who take pride in our NHS workers, our teachers, and every other key worker who got us through those dark days will never forget their contempt. Plenty didn't agree with every rule the Prime Minister wrote, but they followed them nonetheless. Because in this country, we respect others. We put the greater good above narrow self-interest, and we understand that the rules apply to all of us. This morning, I spoke to John Robinson, a constituent of the member for Lichfield. I want to tell you his story. When his wife died of COVID, John and his family obeyed the Prime Minister's rules. He didn't see her in hospital. He didn't hold her hand as she died. Their daughters and grandchildren drove 100 miles up the motorway, clutching a letter from the funeral director in case they were questioned by the police. They didn't have a service in the church. John's son-in-law stayed away because he would have been the forbidden seventh mourner. Doesn't the Prime Minister realise that John would have given the world to hold his dying wife's hand, even if it was just for 9 minutes? But he didn't, because he followed the Prime Minister's rules. Rules that we now know the Prime Minister blithely, repeatedly and deliberately ignored. After months of insulting excuses, today's half-hearted apology will never be enough for John Robinson. If the Prime Minister had any respect for John and the millions like him who sacrificed everything to follow the rules, he'd resign. But he won't, because he doesn't respect John. He doesn't respect the sacrifice of the British public. He is a man without shame. Looking past the member for Lichfield and the nodding dogs in the Cabinet, there are many decent, honourable members on the benches opposite who do respect John Robinson, who do respect the British public. They know the damage the Prime Minister is doing. They know things can't go on as they are. And they know it's their responsibility to bring an end to this shameful chapter. Today I urge them once again, don't follow in the slipstream of an out-of-touch, out-of-control Prime Minister. Put their conscience first. Put their country first. Put John Robinson first. And remove the Prime Minister from office. Bring decency, honesty and integrity back into our politics. And stop the denigration of everything that this country stands for.
Sir William, Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I apologise once again profusely to John Robinson, to all those who lost loved ones, particularly those who suffered during the pandemic. And Mr. Speaker, in my statement I have tried to explain why I spoke to the House as I did. The Right Honourable Gentleman has chosen to respond with a series of personal attacks on me, and I understand why he does that. But I think and I understand that, Mr. Speaker, but I think it would have been a good thing if, in the course of his remarks, he had addressed some of the issues that I mentioned, not least the crisis in Ukraine, with the impact that is having on the livelihoods of everybody in this country. And it is to address that that this government will get on with our job, Mr. Speaker. It is to focus on the needs of the British people. And when he talks about nodding dogs, Mr. Speaker, I'd remind the House that there was a certain nodding dog who sat nodding in the previous Labour shadow cabinet, Mr. Speaker, that would happily have installed the honourable member for Islington North and made, I think, a disastrous mistake in the security of our country at a very difficult time. This government will get on with the difficult job of taking us through the aftershocks of the COVID pandemic, leading not just this country, but I think the world in our response to the violence that we're seeing in Ukraine. I must say that I renew my apologies. I renew my apologies to John Robinson, to families up and down the land. But I think the best thing that we can do now for this country as politicians is not to indulge in personal abuse of the kind that we've heard and to get on with our jobs.
Sir William Cash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Having heard the remarks both of my right honourable friend and the Leader of the Opposition, may I put it to the House that my right honourable friend, I'm sure, appreciates that it is crystal clear that a fixed penalty notice, such as in his own case, is a civil penalty fine, which, if paid within 28 days, eliminates future prosecution in the criminal courts, and furthermore, without any admission of guilt. in a recent criminal case, in a recent criminal appeal case, and in that judgment, it was said that if the payment was made within those 28 days, a fixed penalty notice was held not to be a conviction, as the defendant, to quote the court's judgment, quote, was not admitting an offence or criminality and would have no stain imputed to his character. That is the perspective, and that is the case.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to make it absolutely clear that I in no way minimise the importance of this fine. I am heartily sorry for my mistake, and I accept completely the decision of the police.
Leader of the SNP, Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let us remind ourselves that on the 8th of December last year, the Prime Minister denied that any parties happened in 10 Downing Street. They are the very same parties that the police have now fined the Prime Minister for attending. By now, people know that the rules of this House prevent me from saying that the Prime Minister deliberately and willfully misled this House. But maybe today that matters little, because the public have already made up their minds. YouGov polling shows 75% of the British public and 82% of people in Scotland have made their minds up on the Prime Minister. The public knows the difference between the truth and lying.
Hear, hear.
And they know that the Prime Minister is only apologising for one reason, and one reason only. It's the only reason he ever apologises, because he's been caught. After months of denials, his excuses have finally run out of road, and so must his time in office. The Prime Minister has broken the very laws he wrote. To try and argue that he did not know he had broken his own laws would be laughable if it wasn't so serious. Prime Minister, you can't hide behind advisers. He knows, we know, that the dogs in the street know that the Prime Minister has broken the law. This is the first Prime Minister to be officially found to have broken the law in office. A law-breaking Prime Minister. Just dwell on this. A Prime Minister who has broken the law and remains under investigation over additional law-breaking. Not just a lawbreaker, a serial offender. If he has any decency, any dignity, he would not just apologise, he would resign. Yes. Mr. Speaker, the scale and the seriousness of the issues we are all now facing demand effective leadership from a Prime Minister who can be trusted. The Tory cost of living crisis and the war crimes being inflicted on the Ukrainian people need our full focus. In a time of crisis, the very least the public deserves is a Prime Minister they can trust to tell the truth. And for this Prime Minister, that trust is broken and it can never be fixed. The truth is that a majority of people across these islands will never trust a single word he says again. So the questions today are not so much for a Prime Minister desperately clinging on to power. The real question is for Tory backbenchers. Will they finally grow a spine and remove this person from office? Or is the Tory strategy to go on about standing behind a Prime Minister who the public can't trust with the truth?
Mr. Speaker, I direct the right honourable gentleman what I said earlier. I apologise profusely for my mistake and for what I have got wrong, and I repeat that. He asks about whether this government is capable of providing effective leadership during the current crisis and in standing up to Russia. And I would just remind him that I think it is still the policy of the Scottish National Party to dispense with this country's independent nuclear deterrent at a particularly crucial time. I don't think that's what this country needs right now.
John Whittingdale.
Many of my constituents are angry about breaches which happened 2 years ago, and I welcome the Prime Minister's recognition of that and his apology. But does he agree that we currently face the gravest crisis in our global security for a long time, and it is essential that we remain focused on beating Putin and stopping the aggression against Ukraine? Can he say what additional measures we can now give to Ukraine following his discussion with President Biden and others to ensure that Putin's aggression cannot be allowed to succeed?
I thank my right honourable friend, and I repeat my apologies, my contrition. But I want to say on the state of the war in Ukraine, it's at a very perilous stage, and it is vital now that we don't allow Putin to gain momentum in the Donbass as he well could, and in the east, and that's why we are stepping up our supply of military hardware, the kind that I think the Ukrainians particularly need now. This will become an artillery conflict. They need support with more artillery. That is what we will be giving them, Mr. Speaker, in addition to many other forms of support.
Dave Margaret Hodge.
Thank you, Speaker. I see that the Prime Minister is anxious to move on to other issues, and I think the question is, can he do that? And I will take one example. Can he perhaps explain to me, to the House and to the country, how he can credibly justify, on the one hand, calling for the resignation of the boss of P&O Ferries when he faced allegations that he broke the law, while on the other hand, refusing to resign when he himself is guilty of actually breaking the law he set.
I thank her very much, and I think that what the P&O Ferries did was entirely wrong, as I've told the House before. And I think, by the way, that I made a serious mistake, and I apologise for it very sincerely.
Mark Harper, I lost him.
Speaker, I strongly support the government's actions in standing up to Putin's aggression and helping Ukraine defend itself and our values. And it's exactly at times like this that our country needs a Prime Minister who exemplifies those values. I regret to say that we have a Prime Minister who broke the laws that he told the country they had to follow, hasn't been straightforward about it, and is now going to ask the decent men and women on these benches to defend what I think is indefensible. I'm very sorry to have to say this, but I no longer think he is worthy of the great office that he holds.
Well, I must say to my right honourable friend, I know the care and the sincerity with which he weighs his words, and I bitterly regret what has happened. I bitterly regret the event in Downing Street, as I have said. But I do believe that it is the job of this government to get on with the priorities of the British people, and that is what we're going to do.
Ed David.
Speaker, a poll over the weekend asked 2,000 people what they think of the Prime Minister. The most common word they used, by far, was liar. Does the Prime Minister understand how profoundly damaging it is to our great country to have a government led by a man the public no longer trust and no longer have confidence in? Mr. Speaker, if the Prime Minister won't resign, will he at least give Conservative MPs on Thursday a free vote? So Conservative MPs can decide for themselves whether the Prime Minister deliberately misled Parliament or was just so incompetent that he didn't even understand his own laws.
Mr. Speaker, I repeat what I've said earlier. I disagree profoundly with what he's just said, but I repeat my apology to the House and to the country.
Jake Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The people of Rosendale and Darwin will have weighed the words of the Prime Minister carefully, listening to them today, and they will, like me, feel that it is a contrite and wholehearted apology. They will also be looking at the action of the Prime Minister in Ukraine, and I wonder if he would consider putting Britain at the forefront of a new Marshall Plan to rebuild Ukraine after Putin has been defeated, and fund this in part by the assets confiscated by the British state from Russian oligarchs.
Can I thank my right honourable friend for his excellent suggestion? It's one, indeed, that the UK government is already pursuing, and in my conversations with President Zelensky, we did discuss exactly how the supporters and friends of Ukraine around the world can help to rebuild that beautiful country when the conflict is over.
Coulter.
Mr. Speaker, we've always known, haven't we, that he was only ever sorry because he was caught banged to rights. And this latest spin about the Met having it wrong is designed to bully the Met and to provide cover to his backbenchers that haven't got the bottle to sack him. But the country has already concluded that he's either a liar or an idiot.
Sorry. I said we want temperate language. When we have the motion on Thursday, that is a different matter. For today, we're not using language like that.
Well, I withdraw the word liar, Mr. Speaker, but the electorate will have already decided. But what everybody knows is that he is a lawbreaker.
Yeah.
So if the Met have got the wrong end of the stick, why doesn't he challenge these penalties before the criminal court? Have his day in court.
I thank the honourable gentleman very much, and I just want to repeat what I said in my statement earlier, which is I fully respect the decision of the police.
Dr. Julian Lewis.
Does my right honourable friend have the power to authorise Sue Gray to publish her report in full? And if so, will he use that power in order to put an end to this matter so that we do not get diverted away, as we are being, from such crucial question as supplying armaments to Ukrainian Democrats?
I thank my right honourable friend very much, but I think it very important that the Met should conclude their investigation before the Sue Gray's final report.
Today marks the Prime Minister's 1000th day in office. It takes a particular type of Prime Minister to rack up as many catastrophic failures, scandals as U-turns as days on the job. From the Tory-made cost of living crisis, dodgy COVID contracts for his cronies, unlawfully proroguing Parliament, and now breaking the law. Enough is enough. So will the Prime Minister confirm if this 1000th day will be his last?
Well, I might add to her list, Mr. Speaker, nothing. Rolling out the fastest vaccine programme anywhere in Europe, Mr. Speaker, thereby accomplishing the fastest economic growth in the G7, Mr. Speaker, and leading the world in standing up to Putin, Mr. Speaker.
I can't hear you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the Prime Minister coming here today and taking full responsibility and apologising. But it is very clear, Mr. Speaker, repeatedly President Zelensky has identified the Prime Minister as Ukraine's greatest ally. He's also been identified, I think, by President Putin as enemy number one. Does the Prime Minister agree that this isn't a bad accolade to have? And doesn't he also agree that months of psychodrama in here would play into the hands of the latter, not the former?
I think it's very important, Mr. Speaker, that the people in this country should understand. Although the country is faced with massive issues that we have to deal with, the aftershocks of COVID and the war in Ukraine, I in no way minimise the importance of the fine I have received, and I apologise wholeheartedly.
Mick Whitley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think people across the House
would agree that the situation in Ukraine is a very serious one. And there's no doubt we fully support what's going on and what we're trying to do. But setting that aside for a minute, the Prime Minister stands before us today as the first resident of number 10 to be found guilty of breaking the law while serving in public office. And while he's finally apologised today, it's been accompanied by the absurd caveat that the man who set the rules couldn't understand them. Will the Prime Minister concede that him remaining in office would deal a grievous blow to the rule of law in this country, and for the first time in his career, will he put the national interest before his personal ambition and resign?
Thank you very much. I repeat my apology. I direct him to what I said earlier on, and I think what the people of this country need is us focusing on their issues and their priorities, and that's what the government is going to do.
Member Croft.
Can I thank the Prime Minister for the update he's given this afternoon on the energy security strategy, and particularly for the support that this offers for steel. It is the latest in a long line of support that the Prime Minister has brought forward. It also sets out plans on wind, solar and nuclear. Does he agree with me that the best possible place to make the steel needed for these projects is right here in the UK?
Yes, and she is completely right, and that's why our energy security strategy is so absolutely vital, not just for consumers but also for British industry.
Richard Bergen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A new poll shows 3/4 of the public think the Prime Minister deliberately lied about breaking lockdown rules. Yet on Thursday, the Prime Minister will order his MPs to stop his law-breaking ever coming before the Privileges Committee. If the Prime Minister has nothing to hide, why doesn't he do the straightforward thing and refer himself to the Privileges Committee? What's the Prime Minister scared of?
Mr. Speaker, the House will decide.
Stop that. Peter Bone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I thank the Prime Minister for coming to the House at the earliest opportunity to update us on this situation. On Thursday, sir, following your announcements this morning, this House has got to decide whether to refer the Prime Minister to the Privileges Committee. There is only one issue. Did the Prime Minister deliberately mislead the House? Could I ask the Prime Minister, did you deliberately mislead the House at the dispatch box?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Sammy Wilson.
Prime Minister, there will be millions of angry people across the United Kingdom today, even after the apology which has been given here today, who will still remain angry because of what they've gone through. But I think that any objective listener today will recognise that, for whatever reason, the apology given today was a genuine apology, and that we now need. And that, I would also remind the Prime Minister there are hundreds of thousands of unionists in Northern Ireland who are angry about other things as well that happen. But rather than focus on the past, I think it is important we focus on the future. And the Prime Minister has said that he discussed today the situation in Ukraine with world leaders. That situation is becoming very desperate. What discussions has he had about giving the appropriate weaponry to the Ukrainian forces so that they can drive back the Russians, liberate their country and avoid all of the consequences, whether it's in terms of our economy, oil or food for the rest of the world?
I thank him very much, and as he knows, the UK is in continuous discussion with the Ukrainians about what we can do to help them defend themselves, and a lot has gone, and a lot more will be going. Well, while I'm at it, I want to pay tribute to a particular Northern Ireland business, used to be Short Brothers, now Talis, that has been absolutely indispensable, as he knows, in helping the Ukrainians against Russian armour.
John Barron.
Mr. Speaker, the government and British people have provided extensive support to Ukrainian refugees, but there remain in Afghanistan around 200 British Council contractors, many of whom are fleeing from the Taliban. I'm awaiting a meeting with the refugee minister, one that was promised back in November. Will he use his good offices to speed that meeting along?
I thank him very much, and yes, of course, and those 200 contractors for the British Council should, I believe, automatically be eligible and certainly should be able to come under the scheme that we put in place, but I'll make sure he gets the meeting he wants.
Yeah. Chris Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As chair of the all-party group on Russia, I found it very difficult this Easter to have any faith seeing the barbarity meted out to the people of Ukraine. Women tortured, raped, their children tortured and raped, their menfolk, in many cases, their hands tied and then shot in the back of the head. All of these we know to be war crimes. But many of these worst atrocities are being committed by sociopaths working as mercenaries, paid for by the Russian government, by the Russian state, but nonetheless working as mercenaries. The UK still isn't a signatory to the Convention on Mercenaries. Isn't it time we put a stop to this terrible barbarity, not just in Ukraine, but in other places in the world where mercenaries from the Wagner Group operate with sociopathic intent?
I thank him very much, and I thank the right honourable gentleman. I will study his proposal on mercenaries, and I say to him that I think he's been right for a long time on Russia, and he's been vindicated.
Sir Geoffrey Clifton-Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've heard the fulsome apology by the Prime Minister, but what he is doing is taking a lead in Ukraine, and what he needs to do, if I may suggest, is keep giving Ukraine defensive weapons so that we can eventually drag President Putin and the Russian Federation to a peace agreement, and then will he lead the world in gaining reparations so that that great country can be rebuilt again.
I thank him very much, and I thank him for his staunch position on Ukraine. He's completely right. I'm afraid that there is now no easy way of finding a diplomatic or a negotiated solution. I know the House would have preferred that, but I think it's going to be very difficult, as it were, to construct an off-ramp for Vladimir Putin. And we are now in a logic where we must simply do everything we can collectively to ensure that Vladimir Putin fails and fails comprehensively in Ukraine.
Mohammed Yassin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The majority of my constituents are sickened and furious that the Prime Minister broke the laws that they followed, putting their lives on hold, missing out on big life events, and even losing the chance to say goodbye to loved ones, to protect the NHS and save lives. Does the Prime Minister agree with my constituents, Robert, who believes that lawbreakers should not be lawmakers?
Mr. Speaker, I apologise profusely particularly to all those who lost loved ones, and I know how painful it has been, but I repeat what I've said. I believe that the job of the government now is to get on with delivering on the priorities of the country at a difficult time.
Brendan Clark-Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I know the Prime Minister has offered his wholehearted apology for the fixed penalty notice he received, which I very much welcome, but can I encourage the Prime Minister not to take any lectures from the Labour Party opposite, bearing in mind the number of FPNs their previous cabinet received, and yes, speed does kill. Yes. Or, of course, on this occasion, the FPNs that the Labour Party and SNP did not receive. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that everybody should be equal under the law?
Well, yeah, of course I agree with that, Mr. Speaker, but the issue here today, let's be frank, is what I did and what I got wrong, and I renew my apologies.
Dame Angela Riedel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister accepted the Health Secretary's resignation for breaking guidance, COVID guidance, not COVID laws. The Prime Minister then accepted Allegra Stratton's resignation for joking that the parties that were so frequent in Downing Street were actually a business event. He's now using her joke as his defence. Why is he holding himself to lower standards than he held the people whose resignations he accepted to?
Mr. Speaker, all I can say is that I apologise for what I got wrong, and I've explained to the House why I spoke in the House as I did. and what I want to do is to get on with the job of the government in taking this country forward, and that is what we're going to do.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I dare say that every member of this House can bring to mind their own John Robinson, perhaps several. And though you would not know it, I also think that most members of this House know that justice and mercy and humility also go hand in hand, a fact known by many who watch these proceedings too. In asking us to forgive him on behalf of all of those John Robinsons we represent, my right honourable friend could not have made a more humble apology. But what I want to say to him is that justice leading into mercy relies on a very, very old-fashioned concept, and that is repentance. What assurance can he give us that nothing of this kind will ever happen again?
I thank him for what he has said, and I am heartily sorry, as I have said, and I wish it had not happened, and I wish that things had been totally different. What I have already done, as the House will know, is taken steps to change the way we do things in number 10, but that in itself is not enough. I accept full responsibility myself for my actions.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister's supposed apology to the nation is pathetic. He told bereaved families in Downing Street last year that he had done everything possible to save their loved ones. Now he's been fined for breaking his own laws, illustrating just how soft the Tories have become on crime. And does the Prime Minister accept his words ring hollow for those of us who have lost the loved ones?
I repeat what I've said, and I know that the honourable gentleman has experienced bereavement during the pandemic, and I'm sorry for his loss, and I repeat my apologies for what happened in number 10.
Michael Fabricant.
Mr. Speaker, I was desperately sad to hear about my constituent John Robinson. My own best friend, his mother died in hospital, and he wasn't able to see her. And I do recall, of course, that the Prime Minister's mother also died during that COVID crisis. We've all suffered from these heart-wrenching tragedies, and none of us should forget it. But I just want to ask a quick question, if I may, regarding the Ukraine. The Prime Minister has announced that he's going to provide new modern mobile ground-to-air missile systems. How will we be able to train the Ukrainians during this war situation so that they can be put into use before it's too late?
I thank my right honourable friend, and I repeat my condolences to his friend, and I just to tell him on the Starstreak and other systems that we're using, that we're supplying to the Ukrainians. The Ukrainians are now being trained, as he can imagine, outside the immediate theatre of conflict.
Murray Rimmer.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister genuinely doesn't seem to understand how he got his fine or what he did to break the law. He wrote, "What an utter nonsense." Does the Prime Minister understand that if a man is so incompetent that he can't understand his own rules, is he also a man who can't understand the public's challenges, the pace and scale of the soaring cost of living?
I thank her, and that's exactly why the government is focused on those issues. That's what we need to get on with. It's dealing with the aftershocks of COVID, the impact of the Ukrainian crisis on fuel prices and on inflation. That is where we are focused 100%.
Yes, someone needs to have the courage to get rid of the leader. The leader who is sitting in the Kremlin and causing the deaths of tens of thousands of innocent people. And maybe I only speak for myself, I say it in all humility. I'm not going to give the satisfaction of that death's head tyrant of removing a British Prime Minister who has given an apology who was working night and day to save thousands of lives. You went downstairs to thank his staff who were doing the same job. He has apologised. Let's show some compassion.
I thank him very much for what he has said. I just want to say one important thing. It is very, very important in this Ukrainian crisis that we do not make it an objective to remove the Russian leader or to change politics in Iran. This is about protecting the people of Ukraine. That is what we are doing. And Putin will try to frame it as a struggle between him and the West. We cannot accept that. This is about his brutal attack on the people of Ukraine.
Yeah, I'm on the upset.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Here we are again talking about the Prime Minister and his misdemeanours. It is frustrating for all of us on both sides of the House that we have to still be here. But the Prime Minister has led us this merry dance. Nobody else. Yeah. The Prime Minister. Please, after all the apologies today, Prime Minister, resign, because we have had enough. The country deserves better.
Well, I thank her very much, and I must respectfully, if you'll forgive me, direct her to what I've already said.
Mark Pritchard.
Speaker, can I recognise the Prime Minister's contrition, humility and apology before the House today? Can I thank him as chair of the all-party parliamentary group on Ukraine for his leadership on Ukraine, and pass on the thanks of people cross-party from the Rada, the Parliament in Ukraine, for his leadership over this conflict. And can I encourage him to steel the resolve and the resilience of our EU partners and NATO members that think perhaps if Putin gains the east of Ukraine and southern Ukraine, he will stop there. Is it not the case? He'll be reinvigorated and he will come back for Kiev and perhaps other NATO allies on another day.
Can I thank him very much for his, my honourable friend, for his clarity of thought and his own leadership on Ukraine, and I'm afraid he is entirely right that it is all too possible that Putin will acquire fresh momentum in the east, and we could see, I'm afraid, a resurgence of Russian attacks.
Joanna Cho.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. It's quite difficult to follow the Prime Minister's excuses, but I think what he's saying today is that he didn't think he was breaking any COVID rules because the gathering in respect of which he was fined was covered by a workplace exemption. If that is correct, then why did he pay the fixed penalty notice fine? Why didn't he refuse to do so and set out his defence in court? Can I suggest that he didn't do so because he was afraid of his track record to date before the courts of both this jurisdiction and indeed my own in Scotland? Because, Mr. Speaker, judges and juries, like our constituents, tend to have a pretty good handle on issues of credibility and reliability. So that's why the Prime Minister didn't take his chances with the court. Isn't that correct?
Mr. Speaker, I've explained that I believed that the event was in conformity with the rules. That has turned out not to be true. I humbly and sincerely accept that.
Robert Halford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Prime Minister for what he said in this House today. I think it will mean something to my constituents of Harlow. He mentioned that one of the great challenges that the government is facing is about the cost of living, and could he build on the work of the Chancellor in the spring statement to take further measures to cut the cost of living, perhaps either getting rid of the green levies that act as 25% of our energy bills, or at least introducing a downwards escalator, so when the international energy price goes high, the green levies would be reduced.
I thank him very much, and I know that he's campaigned assiduously for his constituents and for the whole country to reduce the burden, particularly of fuel costs. And I know that he will have been pleased by the Chancellor's, my right friend, the Chancellor's decision to cut 5p off fuel duty, a record cut. And I know that we will do more as soon as we can to help people with the cost of living.
Speaker,
those of us who is the Prime Minister aware that those of us known him for a long time
know that he spent his life apologising humbly. Those of us who know him don't dislike him or hate him, but we are waiting for signs that he's mending his ways, that he's changing how he operates. And can I just say, if he thinks that deflecting on to some of the good work he's done in Ukraine will balance what he said to this House, can I remind him he's got key links with Washington, I still have, but in Washington, in Berlin, in Paris, his behaviour here has really undermined his status and his credibility worldwide.
I thank him very much. I in no way wish to deflect from the gravity of the fine that I've received, and I want to stress again the apology, but I simply must disagree very profoundly with what he's just said.
Morris. Mr. Speaker, I've heard the Prime Minister apologise countless times in this chamber today. I'm man enough to accept that, Mr. Speaker. But it's about a matter of trust. And this Prime Minister, I trusted him to see us through Brexit. He did. I trusted him to see us through the COVID epidemic. And bear in mind, he nearly died of it himself, and he did. And do you know something else? The whole world...
Just said, I've got to say, it's got to be through the chair, not through the SNP, please. David Morris.
I totally agree, Mr. Speaker. But you know something else, Mr. Speaker, and this is the most important. This Prime Minister is leading the world against Putin's aggression in Ukraine. And the G7 leaders all respect him for that. And more to the point, so does President Biden. So I just want to say to this Prime Minister, will you carry on, please, leading this country?
I thank him very much. And the answer to that is yes, I will, but that in no way means that I wish to mitigate what the offence that I've been found guilty of, nor to in any way undermine the importance of my apology.
Alex Cunningham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My constituent Jason Green wrote to me today to tell me how his wife lost his mother suddenly last year, but couldn't travel to be with her father, who himself died 3 days later because they were following the law. They didn't get to the funerals either because they were abiding by the law. He doesn't forgive the Prime Minister. He says the apologies are too late and the Prime Minister should resign. What's he got to say to Jason and his family?
Well done.
I apologise again not just to Jason, but to the families of all those who lost loved ones during COVID. And I repeat what I've told the House earlier on.
Alan Cairns.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Prime Minister for his statement and for the way in which he made it. President Zelensky said yesterday that the conflict in Ukraine has moved to the second phase. Now, we all recognise that the balance between offensive and defensive weapons is very, very fine. As the conflict continues to develop, will my right honourable friend continue to review where that line stands?
Prime Minister. I thank him very much. He's asking an extremely important question, and the answer is that I don't think any NATO country, any Western country, wants to see its forces or its or our own weaponry directly engaged with Russia. What we want to see, that's to say, with the use of our own troops and personnel, but it is, I think, wholly legitimate and morally right to give the Ukrainians the equipment with which to protect themselves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Prime Minister has come here today, and to some respects I would have very much welcomed an entire statement about what has been happening in Ukraine, and it does feel a little bit like he seeks cover, which is shameful. But the truth of the matter is that on the cost of living crisis, on all the issues that we face both domestically and in foreign affairs, the fundamental of whether people can trust our politics matters. And if the people in this room do not ask for the Prime Minister to bear the rigour of the things that are put in place to ensure that leaders cannot mislead this House. If they don't walk through the lobby to do that, they are setting a dangerous precedent.
Yes,
so through
true.
you, Mr Speaker, I won't speak to the Prime Minister, I speak to them. What I ask the Prime Minister is, shall I look forward to this same statement at the next fine? And to stretch the metaphor of the speeding fines, after 3 fines on the road for speeding, one has one's driving licence removed from them. So at what point in his fine history will he see sense?
I thank her very much, and I want to repeat what I've said already. I apologise for the fine I received. I can't comment about any hypothetical situations.
Robin Miller. I know that many in Aberconwy have written to me about their upset at events, but I know that many in Aberconwy too will have heard the Prime Minister's apology today and will welcome it. I welcome it. Indeed, perhaps we all have a hope that there's forgiveness in our future and not just punishment for our past. I also welcome the fact that the Prime Minister talked about his obligations. So could he please update the House then on his commitments to strengthening the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, please?
I thank him very much. I thank him for all the work that he does to protect and support the Union with Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and as he knows, it's under a lot of pressure caused by the Northern Irish Protocol, which I believe is undermining the balance of the Good Friday Agreement, and we will have to sort it out, Mr. Speaker.
There's Civil Roberts.
Prime Minister debases himself, he debases his office, he debases his government, and he debases those who seek to defend him. He is a millstone round his party's neck. The Welsh Government's, Welsh Conservatives' 18-page local election manifesto makes zero reference to the Prime Minister. They don't appear, like a number of his own backbenchers, to want to be associated with him. Can he explain why?
Mr. Speaker, I think what they probably want to have in Wales is better government and to avoid and I would think they're campaigning for the investment in the NHS that I'm afraid both Welsh Labour and the Plaid Cymru have failed to deliver.
Natalie Elfie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Prime Minister for his fulsome apology today. Given that, does the Prime Minister agree that the priority for this House and this government must be the very real challenges facing our country, particularly the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the cost of living pressures caused by COVID and worsened by Russia's war on Ukraine? And coming from Poland last week, helping with Ukrainian child refugees, may I pass on the widespread respect and admiration with which his leadership on Ukraine is held.
Can I thank her very much for what she has been doing to help refugees in Poland, and we talked about it the other day. I know many other members across the House are doing the same, and I thank them all.
Lloyd Russell-Moyle.
Mr. Speaker, I share the Prime Minister's thoughts on Ukraine. Over Easter, my constituents collected the morning after pill to send to Ukraine for women who are being raped by Russian forces. But their disgust and their admiration about what is Britain's role in that does not dampen their anger at the Prime Minister's actions. You know, it was not just the crime, but it was the lie, obfuscation and the fake apologies that got...
No, I decide. No, I'm sorry, you can't take my job. You're the backbencher, I'm in the chair. Just, we don't use the word lie. I've explained that earlier, and I stand by it. So I'm sure that you'll withdraw it immediately.
The sentence is not about the Prime Minister, but I will withdraw it if you don't like the word. Those are the things that got Jeffrey Archer, Fiona Onasanya and Chris Huhne kicked out of this place or forced to resign. Now, of course, I have no hope on his front benchers who are tax-dodging, Russian-financed snowflakes, but I do have higher hopes for his backbenchers. So how many how many backbenchers' credibility should be destroyed in supporting the Prime Minister.
Can I just say, let's try and see if we can keep it temperate and moderate. There was no individual mention, so therefore it was within. Not what I would expect, but that's where we are. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I heard what he said. I don't agree with it, and nor do I agree with what he said about the front bench.
David Simmons.
Mr. Speaker, I was lucky in that on Saturday night I got to hold the hand of my father-in-law as he died of complications of COVID. So I understand the anger that many people feel and the challenge that we all face when it comes to the credibility of our government and the good actions of this Conservative government, which I support. But I have to ask my right honourable friend what steps he has in mind to restore the moral authority of this government.
Mr. Speaker, I think the best thing that the government can do is to continue to deliver on the promises that we made to the British people, and that is what we're doing.
Caroline Lucas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The respected constitutional historian, Lord Peter Hennessy, reminds us that it is the Prime Minister who is the guardian of the ministerial code. What can we do to protect that code when the person who is entrusted with guarding it breaks that code and its overarching duty to comply with the law and becomes, in the words of Lord Hennessy, a rogue Prime Minister?
Hear, hear.
Mr. Speaker, I don't agree with that characterisation, and I've explained to the House why I spoke as I did, and I've explained and I've apologised for the mistake that I made.
Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituents in Sedgefield have expressed both their satisfaction at how we are helping the people of Ukraine, but also their frustration and anger at events in Number 10. They also believe that one is not linked to the other. His contrition over his error is welcome, and I thank him for it. And whilst it was a clear error of judgment, I certainly do not believe it's a resigning matter. If it was, then regardless of Ukraine, it still would be. I, like many, have missed a funeral of a close friend, but I would still have missed that funeral, regardless of the PM's error, because the rules were correct, and his error does not change that. As regards Ukraine, though, could I please encourage him to continue his efforts with full vigour?
I thank him very much, and I share I understand the frustration and the anger of his constituents in Sedgefield, and I understand perfectly how they feel. I renew my apologies to them, and I also share what he has to say about Ukraine.
Stella Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The benches opposite have talked about repentance. The Prime Minister has offered us his apology. We're being asked to move on. But there's a critical question for all of us as to whether the Metropolitan Police have moved on from this matter. Now, the Prime Minister says that he cannot deal with hypotheticals. But now it has occurred to him what a party actually is. Can he tell us whether he expects more fines to come, yes or no?
I would love to give more commentary on this, but I've told the House very clearly that I can't do that until the investigation is complete.
Rob Butler.
Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Head of the Ukrainian President's Office has said that the UK is the leader in defence support for Ukraine, the leader in the anti-war coalition, the leader in sanctions against the Russian aggressor. So with Russia's offensive in the Donbass beginning the next stage of Putin's appalling invasion, can my right honourable friend assure me that the UK will remain the leader of international efforts to support Ukraine, including persuading all our friends and allies of the need to stand up to Putin's outrageous actions?
I thank him very much, and I know that the whole House will want, and I think that the unity on this has been important, will want the UK government to continue to take that role, and we certainly will.
People across these islands had to watch through care home windows as their loved ones died. Parents had to bury their children without the comfort of their family around them. While that was happening, the Prime Minister and the Chancellor were partying in Downing Street. We know he has no respect for the public. But can he show us that he has some respect, just a little bit of respect for himself, and please, please, please resign now.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman, and I understand the feelings of his constituents, but I must direct him to what I've said earlier on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome the Prime Minister's renewed focus on nuclear energy and its power to transform our energy independence? Does he also recognise we don't just need energy independence, but also independence in our foundation industries like chemicals and steel?
Yes, indeed. Can I congratulate my honourable friend on his recent marriage, by the way, Mr. Speaker, and say that we certainly see nuclear energy as of vital importance, and as well, of course, as investing in new technologies, which is why we are putting record investments into our R&D. £22 billion, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister broke the laws that he made, laws to protect public health, then repeatedly misled Parliament. Does the Prime Minister agree that comments made by his Northern Ireland Secretary this morning, comparing his fine to a parking ticket, are insulting? And when will he do what the majority of this country wants and resign?
I thank her. I in no way minimise the importance of the fine I have received, as I've said several times this afternoon.
Richard Drax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all have our faults, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure the Prime Minister would agree that he has his share of his own. But he also has many attributes, and one of them is courage. And it took courage to go to Ukraine, to stand up for freedom, and for those people who have been subjected to barbarism. I must take this opportunity to ask my right honourable friend, will he review the cuts to our armed forces and ensure that the future of this country is invested in to meet this future and very real threat?
I thank my honourable friend, who is a valiant campaigner for the armed forces in all their guises, and quite rightly, Mr. Speaker, and it's partly thanks to the lobbying of himself and others like him that we've increased defence spending by record sums, £24 billion, and that has enabled us, helped us greatly in helping our Ukrainian friends.
Barbara Keeley.
Speaker, a constituent wrote to me about his feelings about the Downing Street parties. Good Friday was the second anniversary of the death of his wife, a healthcare assistant at Bolton Hospital who died from COVID. Over the 10 days she was ill, he was not able to go with her to hospital or visit her until just before she died. After she died, he had to plan her funeral alone. There was no wake, and after the funeral he had to go back to an empty home with no support from family and friends. Now, it's clear that the party opposite wants to move on, but since his wife died, my constituent tells me he has been unable to work or to move on or to grieve. I want to ask my constituents questions to the Prime Minister directly. I followed the law to the letter. Why does the government think the laws don't apply to them?
I want to say again how sorry I am for the loss of her constituent, and I apologise to him personally and to his family, all those who lost loved ones, and it's a measure of the seriousness with which I take this today. Of course, we think that the law applies to us. Of course it does.
Catherine West.
At high altitude, one nose starts to bleed. With the rise in national insurance, more tax than for 70 years, our constituents are crying out for help, whether it's with their energy bills, whether it's with the rents, which have gone up by at least 20% in some parts of my constituency. And yet we will be facing this sort of debate day after day after day until the Prime Minister faces up to responsibility and resigns, or the members here take him out. That is the choice until we actually start focusing on the things which matter.
May I respectfully say to her, I think the real choice that this government, this House of Commons should follow is getting on with the job of serving the people that we are elected to serve and helping them with the cost of living. That's what we're doing.
Carol Monaghan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister's questions on Wednesday, the 8th of December, the Prime Minister said there was no party and no COVID rules were broken. Today, he refers to his law-breaking as a mistake. Can the Prime Minister explain to my constituents, and indeed to children across these aisles, what the difference is between a lie and a mistake.
Mr. Speaker, I've apologised deeply for what I got wrong, and I've explained to the House why I spoke as I did on that occasion and others.
Wayne David.
Many references have been made to the views of the electorate of this country, and I can tell him that those views are shared by my constituents as well. So I would ask the Prime Minister, is he prepared to take a truth detection test after every Prime Ministerial statement?
I don't know whether the honourable gentleman is being serious, Mr. Speaker, but I spoke in all good faith to the House, and I'll continue to do so.
Stephen Curry.
I do wonder what continued purpose the Prime Minister sees for the Ministerial Code, given the frequency with which it's seemingly broken with impunity. And how can the UK be a credible leader for liberal democratic values around the world whenever basic norms of accountability are thrown aside to save the skin of one man?
The answer to that question is staring him in the face if he looks at what is happening around the world, Mr. Speaker. And the UK is continuing to provide moral, political, diplomatic leadership as well as military support, and that is what we will continue to do.
Justin Mathers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister would have us believe he didn't knowingly break the law, and many of my constituents will have difficulty accepting that. But if we are to suspend belief for a minute, based on the Prime Minister's own words, he's telling the world he didn't know what the rules were. So I ask him, does he think someone who doesn't understand the laws they are bringing in is fit to lead this country?
I thank him very much. I've explained why I thought that the event was within the rules. I apologise very sincerely.
John Morrow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many Newcastle Central residents have contacted me to share precious moments missed, charging me to hold the Prime Minister to account. They don't accept his apology because, Mr. Speaker, you see, they thought long and hard about the difficult decisions they had to make, weighing up the huge personal costs versus the terrible consequences of spreading the virus. They made the right decision. The Prime Minister didn't, apparently because he is too stupid to understand his own regulations. So if he is so much stupider than my constituents, how can he claim to lead them and the nation?
I thank her constituents very much for what they did throughout the pandemic, and it's thanks to people up and down the country who followed the rules that we've been able to defeat COVID, or beat it back in the way that we have, and I apologise heartily for what I got wrong.
Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I, like so many others in this place, I'm sure, are profoundly proud of the way in which the people of this country stood together, showed the commitment and the resolve that they did throughout the COVID crisis, and now are facing a cost of living crisis. And on top of all of that, have thrown their 100% support behind the people of Ukraine. But it breaks my heart, Mr. Speaker, that they have been so badly let down by the person they looked to lead them with the same sort of commitment and honour as they have shown. So I would ask whether the Prime Minister recognises that no apology, however heartfelt, however genuine, can make up for that loss of faith, and that perhaps it's time he recognises that the people of this country deserve better.
I thank her very much, and I think that and I understand completely the feelings of people about COVID, about what they did, and about the failings in Number 10. But I think that the job of the government is to get on and deliver for those very people now facing the cost of living crisis that she describes, and that is what we're going to do.
Vicky Foxcroft.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Prime Minister, I personally found that apology shocking. People have lost loved ones and haven't been able to attend their funerals. My BTEC tutor in performing arts, Martin Cosgrave, sadly passed away from COVID. He saw something in the young me, who many felt was destined for nothing, and encouraged me to attend university. He was a fantastic man and is deeply missed by all his students. In the word of one of his friends, we were his children, yet none of us were able to attend his funeral. So what does the Prime Minister say to all of Martin's former students from Accrington and Rosendale College who were unable to mark the passing of this influential man?
Well, he sounds like a remarkable man, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very sorry for her loss and for the loss of all the pupils that she mentions.
Deirdre Brock.
Speaker, we've heard rightly from benches opposite about the barbaric nature of Putin's aggressive attitudes towards the Ukraine, but nothing about his party returning the donations they've received from friends of Putin. When can we hear about that?
Thank you very much. All donations are registered in the normal way.
Christian Matheson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable gentleman from Sedgefield said that he felt these issues weren't linked, but I have to disagree. We support Ukraine because we support democracy, we support self-determination and the international rules-based order. Does the Prime Minister not understand that when we go across to other countries and ask them to follow a rules-based order, they will now simply say, you don't follow your own rules, mate, so why should we follow the rules that you want us to follow? He is undermining this country and our reputation abroad.
On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, I believe that people abroad can see how closely our leaders and our rulers are held to account, and that's exactly what we're fighting for and helping the Ukrainians to defend.
Alan Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In yet another shameless episode, the Prime Minister comes here and he says, I'm sorry I was caught, but there's a war in Ukraine, a cost of living crisis that his government's done nothing to alleviate. Is it not the case that if we have to believe the argument that this law-breaking, incompetent Prime Minister is the best the UK can rely on during this time in crisis for Ukraine and the cost of living, that then that's a metaphor for the UK that he's a figurehead of and that it's time for him to go?
I think the most important thing is we focus on the priorities of the people of this country, in Scotland and around the country, and tackle the aftershocks of COVID, the effects of the war in Ukraine, and the impact on inflation, and that's what we're doing.
In your busy. Sarah Jones.
Speaker, does the Prime Minister think that he broke the law?
I completely accept that the police are right, and that's why I paid the fine.
Florence Eshelami.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At every stage, the Prime Minister has given the House and the public a different account and version of what happened, until more revelations forced him to change his mind. The Prime Minister's outlined the fact that he's sorry. The Prime Minister should be sorry because he almost died from this disease, and the staff in the St Thomas's Hospital, my constituency, treated him. They didn't have a party for 9 minutes. Does the Prime Minister not understand that he's the distraction in terms of the constituents that write to me with issues around cost of living, the crisis in Ukraine? Will the Prime Minister do the decent thing and stop that distraction by resigning?
I think the best and most decent thing we can all do is help our constituents with the issues that matter most to them, and she's mentioned, I think, the number one and number two issues.
Debbie Abrahams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, trust and confidence in our democracy is at an all-time low. Does the Prime Minister accept his part in that lack of confidence and trust? And shouldn't we also be putting the ministerial code on a statutory footing underpinned by the Nolan principles in the same way that it is in the devolved governments?
I thank her, but I want to repeat what I said earlier on, which is I think that there couldn't be a clearer expression of the robustness of our democracy, that all of us must be held to account. I've been held to account. I apologise very sincerely.
Matt Weston.
The public will be appalled by the Prime Minister's statement, because not only during the pandemic did he make virtually every night a statement to the nation But the government that he leads also spent hundreds of millions of taxpayers' pounds on advertising campaigns demanding the public follow the rules. One featured a woman in intensive care on a ventilator. The Prime Minister must have seen it. It said, "Look me in the eyes and tell me you never bend the rules." 3 months ago, I reminded him of this and asked him to explain himself. He told me to wait until after the police investigation. They now have. It's clear he bent the rules. He's taken the public for fools, isn't he?
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I apologise again. I thank the public very much for what they did, and they, by their collective action, have helped us to keep COVID at bay, and I thank them very much.
Tim.
Mr. Speaker, but giving an apology and then carrying on is not being held to account. Does the Prime Minister recognise that there is a very serious problem for the long term in leaving a lawbreaker in charge of the lawmakers?
Mr. Speaker, I've said what I've said, and I apologise, and I want to say again to the House that when I spoke before in this chamber about events in Downing Street, I spoke in good faith.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister spent less than 2 minutes addressing his law-breaking in the statement he just made to the House just now. That's less, somewhat less than the fulsome account that he promised for the last few weeks. And the one thing that our constituents wanted to hear was a resignation statement, not any more of these mealy-mouthed apologies. And the public will be astounded that the word that they now most associate with him, we can't use to describe him in this House. The country knows what he is. We know what he is. I think the Prime Minister even knows what he is. Will he now, for the sake of this country, just go?
I thank you very much, and I repeat what I've said earlier on. I apologise, and I direct him to my earlier statement.
Dr. Rupert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Margot from Acton turns 5 on Saturday. We were talking at an Easter service over the break. She wanted me to ask the Prime Minister, will he come to her party? And her parents, in common with the majority of our nation, look at any opinion poll, think that he should signal his intention to step down today. So to spare the embarrassment of the local election results, of further fines to come, he can't rule out further fines, the even more boozy parties, much worse than ambushed by a cake. Can he do both? And that way, he's got able deputies. He can have something nice to look forward to at the weekend where there will be no illegality.
I thank her very much for her kind invitation. I don't know whether Margot herself wants to extend the invitation, but I'm afraid I'll be busy doing what we're doing, getting on with delivering on the priorities of the British people.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lord Denning said, no matter how high you are, the law is above you. Isn't it time to go, Prime Minister?
And I agree very much with Lord Denning, and that's why I apologise in the way that I do.
Brendan O'Hara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And reading the Prime Minister's apology, can I say on behalf of the people of Argyll and Bute, is that it? Yeah. And it's no wonder I've been inundated with emails from constituents who believe the Prime Minister has been treating them like fools. Typical of the emails I've received is one from Cathy in Helensburgh this morning, who described the Prime Minister, and I quote, a self-serving, truth-twisting charlatan. Of course, I would never use such language in this place, but Cathy's assessment is absolutely correct. And does he recognise this to be a widely held view of his character?
It does. Sorry, I've asked for moderate and temperate language. That's not a clever way of getting around it, and I'd just ask him to think long and hard before we do that again, and that might be a warning to others. And I'm sure he'd like to withdraw the way he put it.
Mr. Speaker, with respect to yourself and the Chair, I withdraw the remarks that I made.
Well, in that case, Mr. Speaker, I humbly remind him of the apology that I've given.
Stephen Kinnock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister's case for his defence seems to be based on it being impossible for him to resign because of the Ukraine war. But his entire parliamentary party, from where his replacement would be drawn, are united around the government's position on Ukraine. And of course there are numerous examples of Conservative members of Parliament moving against leaders such as Margaret Thatcher in 1990 and Chamberlain in 1940. So could the Prime Minister please explain to the House why he specifically and individually has to carry on as Prime Minister at this time? Surely it's not because he thinks this House trusts him to do so.
He asked an elaborate question. Let me give a simple answer. I've apologised. I continue to apologise. What I want to do is get on with the job.
Sir Mark Hendry.
Speaker, can the Prime Minister tell us when he's going to stop this dissembling, distracting and deflecting and start telling the truth to this House?
Mr. Speaker, at all times I've spoken in good faith of this House.
Mr. Speaker, this is the first Prime Minister in office to make and break his own rules for committing lockdown offences. Neil Ferguson resigned from SAGE and Catherine Caldwood quit as Scotland's Chief Medical Officer, both for breaking COVID rules. They realised that action speaks louder than words and they took responsibility. Why is it right for them to resign and not for the Prime Minister?
I thank you very much and I repeat the apology that I've given.
Mike Ainsbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has broke the law, guilty as charged. The law that many people up and down our shores abided by, never had the opportunity to say goodbye to loved ones. The Prime Minister also misled this House over and over again, misled the public over and over again. Does the Prime Minister actually believe in a ministerial code? Is it worth the paper it's written on?
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me repeat my apologies for what I've got wrong and what went wrong in Downing Street, and also my explanation for why I've spoken as I have in this House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Originally, there was one party, and the Prime Minister told the House that he had been assured that there was no party. It then turned out that there were parties, but he wasn't in attendance. He then had to tell the House that he had, in fact, attended parties. He told the House that he'd been assured on each occasion of the truth of what he said. So someone must have committed a serious breach of their responsibilities to advise the Prime Minister in a way that led to him coming to this House and inadvertently misleading the House. What's happened to those people?
Mr. Speaker, I've apologised for what I've got wrong, and I take full responsibility for everything that happened in number 10. And Mr. Speaker, as for the rest of his question, he must wait for the completion of the investigation.
Zara Sultan.
Energy bills are soaring, wages are falling, and the cost of living crisis is getting worse and worse. But while my constituents are forced to choose between heating and eating, the Chancellor is benefiting from the non-dom tax loophole, and 17 of the Prime Minister's 22 cabinet members have refused to deny whether they or their families benefit from tax havens or non-dom status. They're laughing in our faces while robbing the public purse. So I ask the Prime Minister, how many more children need to go hungry at night before he stops putting the greed of his super-rich mates before the needs of ordinary people?
Sorry, can't you withdraw robbing the public purse? That's just not the case.
Oh, withdraw it.
Yes.
Withdraw it.
Steve McCabe.
Mr. Speaker, if the Downing Street photographer is a publicly funded post, does that mean all the photographs of the Downing Street parties are public property and should be available for access?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to comment on the investigation until it's complete.
Andy MacDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Truth and honesty matter, and the Prime Minister has repeatedly told this House that all guidance, all rules were observed. That isn't true. He also told this House that there were no parties. Indeed, his Chancellor also said that he hadn't attended a party. Neither of those things are true. So, for once,
in his privileged, entitled life, will he do the decent thing, come to that dispatch box and correct the record? Because there isn't anybody who's fooled by this, but what he continues to do is to take the British people for fools, and they will not put up with it.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank him very much, but I want to repeat what I've said about the event in question, for which I've received an FP, and I apologise heartily for that, and it was my mistake entirely. I thought it was within the rules, and it has turned out not to be the case. As for other events, I'm afraid I'm going to have to stick by what I've said previously and await, and I hope he will allow me, wait for the conclusion of the investigation.
I'll listen to this.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I got many emails from my constituents over the weekend. One of these has stuck with me. It's from Victoria, who worked in respiratory wards during the COVID-19 pandemic. She says, "I've watched people die alone, sick and confused, begging us to see their family one last time, with only us to hold their hands and comfort them. I've watched family members banging on the locked doors, ward doors, crying, screaming and pleading for us to let us hold their dying loved ones. We were the ones that watched this and enforced this. We were the ones who had to tell families how sorry we were, but the government guidelines meant they couldn't hug their families one last time." Victoria says the time for apologies are over. We don't accept them. When will the Prime Minister resign?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank her for what she said, but I want to remind her of what I've already said, which is I feel the greatest sorrow and grief for those like Victoria who have lost loved ones during the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, I understand the pain that they must feel and the anger that they must feel, and I repeat my apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The fact the Prime Minister and the Chancellor have both been fined for breaking the very rules they themselves set means they are either incompetent or they think the people of our country are beneath them. Either way, and with the prospect of further fines looming for the Prime Minister, they are not fit to occupy the two highest offices in the land. My constituents of Liverpool Wavertree have overwhelmingly told me, Mr. Speaker, that they do not believe their apologies to be sincere. So the question from my constituents of Liverpool Wavertree is when can they expect your resignations?
I thank her. And I can't, Mr. Speaker, offer any further commentary on the investigation. All I can do is renew and repeat the apologies that I've given to her constituents, whether they accept them or not.
Dave Dugan.
Speaker, only this Prime Minister could have, together with his staff, laughed up their sleeve, believing they were above the law, and demonstrated to an entire country that they are beneath the public's respect, more accurately. And vacuous self-congratulations from the Tory opposite about the role that this government is playing in Ukraine are a disservice to the servicemen and women who are actually in country, doing the spade work, protecting democracy. And to use the bloodshed of the fallen Ukrainians as some sort of political cover to keep this Prime Minister in office is an utter disgrace, but no less than my Angus constituents have come to expect. This government is compounding the cost of living crisis, but we are led to believe that that, together with the Ukraine crisis, is why we must endure this Prime Minister. So let me test his knowledge. What anti-ship missiles will his government be sending to Ukraine? And if he can't answer that simple question, will he resign?
Well, I'm grateful to him, Mr. Speaker. But one of the systems that we're looking at, since he asks, is to see if we can mount some brimstones on the back of technicals to see if that will do the job, Mr. Speaker. But there are other options that I don't want to discuss.
Martin Docker to use.
Mr. Speaker, let me first of all wish the Prime Minister good luck in their trip to India, where I'm sure he will raise the ongoing arbitrary detention of Jagtar Singh Johal with Prime Minister Modi. But that said, if the Prime Minister believes that they inadvertently misled the House based on evidence given at the time, surely the Prime Minister would then agree with me and also with Alex Macy of The Spectator that such a defence rests on the proposition that the Prime Minister is an idiot.
I've spoken in good faith, Mr. Speaker, and of course continue to raise the case of his constituent.
Flynn.
Does he believe that a Prime Minister of the United Kingdom who openly treats the public like they are mugs is a help or a hindrance to the cause of Scottish independence?
I believe the biggest help to the cause of the Union is the incompetence of the Scottish Nationalist government.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The whole functioning of this place hangs on the belief that everyone behaves in an honourable way at all times. Unfortunately, the people that matter out there don't believe that we do. We now know that 72% of them think the Prime Minister is part of the problem. For 72% of the citizens of these four nations, they cannot hear the two words Boris and Johnson without immediately hearing a word that I'm not allowed to say on their behalf. Is the Prime Minister really going to look my constituents in the eye and tell them that the best future they can hope for is a future under a Prime Minister whose character and conduct can only be described in words that are banned from use in this place?
I think the best future for the people of Scotland is to continue with the United Kingdom that has served this country well for hundreds of years and whose role is valued around the world, perhaps never more than in the last few months.
It's not a new member for the SNP. Jeff Smith.
I couldn't find the space. It's so busy, Mr. Speaker. The event in question happened on the 19th of June 2020. 2 days later, on the 21st, my constituent Stephen's partner died of cancer at home. In the weeks before that, she was in hospital, and Stephen said, when she needed me most, I was told I could not visit her because of the no visitors rule. In the texts I received from her, it was obvious that she needed somebody to just talk to and hold her hand. Stephen obeyed the rules, and like so many people, he thinks the Prime Minister should stand down, but the defence from the Conservative backbenchers seems to be he can't resign because we have a crisis in Ukraine. So does the Prime Minister think he's the only person on the Conservative benches that's capable of leading the country through a crisis?
Mr. Speaker, sincerely too, I think he said the name of his constituent was Stephen, and to his family for what we got wrong, what I got wrong during the pandemic, and the event for which I've apologised today. But I think the best thing we can do, and I've said what I've said about how I've spoken in this House, but the best thing we can do is get on now with delivering for the people of this country, up and down this country, getting us through the pandemic, getting us through the aftershocks of COVID, as I say, as we got people through the pandemic.
We now come to the next statement, where I call the Secretary of State for Business Energy. There is no point of order. We're in the middle of statements. Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, sir, I will make a statement on the British energy security strategy. Our strategy, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, provides a clear long-term plan to accelerate our transition away from expensive fossil fuel prices set by global markets we cannot control. It builds on our success over the past decade, in which we gave the go-ahead to the first nuclear power plant in a generation, and we have achieved, Mr. Deputy Speaker, a five-fold increase in renewables. The British energy security strategy marks a significant acceleration in our ambition. It is confirmation of three mutually reinforcing goals of our energy policy, indeed of any well-constituted energy policy: security, affordability and sustainability. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we recognise the pressures that many people across our country are facing with the cost of living. This has been greatly influenced, as we all know, by global factors. And that is why my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, has announced a £9 billion package of support, including a £150 council tax rebate this month and a £200 energy bill discount in October to cut energy bills quickly for the vast majority of households. We're also, sir, expanding the eligibility for the Warm Home Discount, which will provide around 3 million low-income and vulnerable households across England and Wales with a £150 rebate this winter. And of course, as I speak and as is ongoing, our energy price cap is still protecting millions of consumers from even higher wholesale spot gas prices. Furthermore, we're investing over £6 billion in decarbonising the nation's homes and buildings, and this was set out very clearly in last year's Heat and Buildings strategy. This saves the lowest income families around £300 a year on their bills. I want to reassure the House that the Chancellor has promised to review his package of support before October and will decide on an appropriate course of action at that time. Mr. Deputy Speaker, cheap renewables are our best defence against fluctuations in global gas prices. By 2030, 95% of our electricity will be produced by low-carbon means, and by 2035, we aim to have fully decarbonised our electricity system. So we will double down on every available technology. The strategy sets out a new ambition to propel our offshore wind industry, and it will increase the pace of deployment to deliver 50 gigawatts by 2030 instead of the 40 committed to in the manifesto. And of that 50 gigawatts, up to 5 gigawatts will be floating offshore wind. The strategy also commits us to slash approval times for new offshore wind farms from 4 years to 1 year. And we also feel, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and it's reflected in the strategy, that our solar capacity can grow by up to 5 times by 2035. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, most of Britain's nuclear fleet, as is well known, will be decommissioned this decade. We need to replace what we're losing, but we also need to go further. From large-scale plants to small nuclear modular reactors, we wish and we aspire to provide a steady baseload of power that will complement renewable technology. The right time, obviously, to have taken these decisions would have been 20 years ago. But of course, the party opposite all but killed off the British nuclear industry. And that is why we will be reversing decades of underinvestment, and we will be building back British nuclear. We aim to deliver up to 24 gigawatts of nuclear power by 2050, approximately 3 times more than today, and this will represent 25% of our projected energy demand. We are also, Mr. Deputy Speaker, doubling our ambition for low-carbon hydrogen production. The capacity we aim to reach by 2030 is 10 gigawatts, with at least half of this total coming from green hydrogen, electrolyser-produced hydrogen. This fuel will not only provide cleaner energy for vital British industries to move away from fossil fuels, but will also be used for storage, for trains, for heavy equipment, and for generating heat. The transition to cheap, clean power, Mr. Deputy Speaker, cannot happen overnight. Those calling for an immediate end to domestic oil and gas ignore the fact that this would simply make the UK more reliant on foreign imports. It would not, in fact, lead to greater decarbonisation globally. Mr. Deputy Speaker, producing more of our own energy will protect us into the future, and we feel that this historic change, this decarbonisation challenge, represents a huge opportunity for the United Kingdom. More wind, more solar, more nuclear, while also using North Sea gas to transition to cheaper and cleaner power. This is a long-term plan to ensure greater energy independence and to attract hundreds of billions of private investment to back new industries that can create, again, hundreds of thousands of high-quality jobs and stimulate business across the UK. This isn't only a matter of reaching net zero, vital as that is. It is an issue of national security, and these are all objectives that everyone across the House, I'm sure, shares. We all wish to see a homegrown clean energy system that will protect our people into the future, that will create good, clean jobs, that will attract private investment, and above all will drive down bills for British people, and I commend this statement to the House.
Order. Before I call Ed Miliband, just like to say that we're going to move on from this statement at 7:20, so a lot of people are going to be disappointed. Can you please focus on asking a question without any prelude so that we can get as many people in as we possibly can? Ed Miliband.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Secretary of State for his statement? But I have to tell him that after all the hype and all the promises, his energy relaunch fails to live up remotely to the scale of the crisis that families are facing. We know the government has already failed to deliver the immediate measures needed to help millions of families with their energy bills this year, and now they have an energy security strategy which has rejected the measures which could have made most difference in the years ahead. Because, Mr Deputy Speaker, it fails to seize the moment on the two most elementary tests of any decent green energy sprint, going all in on the cheapest forms of homegrown power, such as onshore wind, remarkably not even mentioned in his statement, and finally delivering on the biggest no-brainer when it comes to an energy strategy, energy efficiency. And Mr Deputy Speaker, you don't need to take my word for it. We know from all the briefings, all the interviews he gave before the relaunch, the Secretary of State has failed to deliver what he himself wanted. We know he wanted a hard target to double onshore wind by 2030 and treble it by 2035. How do we know? Because we have the earlier version of the document in which those targets were. He was right then, Mr Deputy Speaker, because the ban on onshore wind they introduced in 2015 has driven up bills for consumers. And what did he say 10 days before the relaunch? He wanted to see a major acceleration in onshore wind. And the Prime Minister was said to be horrified at the delays. But then we got the document, and what do we see? No target, no plan, and more imports and higher bills as a result of his failure. Maybe he can tell us, what was the nasty accident that befell the earlier version of his strategy? Next, on solar, Mr Deputy Speaker. Let's be clear, they destroyed the solar industry with their decisions in 2015, abolishing the feed-in tariff. In this document, we see weak and vague language, even weaker, the House will be interested to know, than the original version of the document, which was pretty weak itself. No firm target for 2030 and a retreat on large-scale solar. Can you explain why? Next, let's take energy efficiency, the biggest failure of all. We know he wanted extra resources for energy efficiency because he helpfully briefed the media to that effect. He was right, because it would immediately cut bills, cut imports, cut fuel poverty. But again, he failed. Not a penny more for energy efficiency in this document. Even his own minister, you have to admire the candour, Mr Deputy Speaker, Lord Callanan, said on the day, it would have been good to go further, but regrettably that wasn't possible in this case. Can he tell us why is the government failing to deliver when the economic, social and climate case is so overwhelming? And Mr Deputy Speaker, their failures on onshore wind, solar and energy efficiency matter not just because they are the cheapest and cleanest responses to the crisis we face, but the quickest to deliver too. That's why E.ON, the energy company, said of the strategy, there is little in today's announcement that will deliver this decade, let alone this year. And why, Mr Deputy Speaker? Because he and the Prime Minister caved in to backbenchers who dislike green energy and a Chancellor who refuses to make the green investments the country needs. You can't deliver a green energy sprint because they face both ways on green energy and will simply not make the public investment we need. Now, on the other elements of the strategy, we support more ambition on hydrogen and on offshore wind, although on the latter, I say to him, there are real questions about the investment required in the grid, and maybe he'll respond. On new nuclear, I have to say to him, the last Labour government identified a whole series of sites for new nuclear, but they've had 12 years in power and they have not completed a single power station. Now, on the North Sea, let me come to the North Sea. Of course, it has a role to play in the transition, but can he explain how maximising North Sea oil and gas is consistent with all of the advice from the IEA and the IPCC on limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees? Then on fracking, which he was also too embarrassed to mention, why commission another review rather than having the courage to say out loud what he believes, that fracking is outdated, will make no difference to prices, it's unsafe, unpopular, and it should have no part in our future energy system? In conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, the truth is this cobbled-together energy relaunch does nothing on the cost of living and fails to deliver the green sprint we needed. When it comes to the solutions to energy security, energy bills and the climate crisis, he has shown once again the government cannot deliver what the national interest demands.
I'm very pleased, Mr Deputy Speaker, that in this Easter season, when many Christians, we all celebrate the resurrection of Jesus, that the Right Honourable member is back in his place. It's good to see him trotting out the same lines. I thought he disappeared for a bit, but it's very, very good. It's very, very good to see him again spinning out the same lines. I just wanted to treat with some of his. I just wanted to approach some of his accusations. There's plenty about onshore wind in the strategy. And the one thing that we say about onshore wind, unlike his position, is that it has to be pursued in the context of local community support. We've always had that position, and we haven't moved away from it. People say also, oh, well, what about the energy efficiency measures? He will remember that we had a whole document at the end of last year devoted to energy efficiency. It was called the Heat and Building Strategy. And he and the honourable gentleman kept asking month after month after month, when is the Heat and Building Strategy going to come out? Well, it did come out, and it addressed precisely the energy efficiency issues that he wished to see. In terms of nuclear, this is the last thing I will say in relation to his opening remarks. I think his attempt to pretend that somehow the last Labour government made us more secure on nuclear is laughable. That didn't happen. It was notorious that they did nothing to promote the nuclear industry. They were rather like our SNP friends. At least they're honest about their position. They don't want nuclear. I'm still not sure what the Right Honourable gentleman believes about nuclear. But we're driving forward nuclear, and we're delighted to make it the centre point of our strategy.
Mark Jenkinson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend is right to point out that the Labour Party destroyed Britain's nuclear industry by failing to build new nuclear projects whilst in office. They're famous for selling off the family gold, but they also sold off cupboardfuls of silverware, including UKAEA Limited, a very profitable nuclear company. Could my right honourable friend update us on our new nuclear company, Great British Nuclear, its remit for new nuclear power stations and what that might mean for Moorside in Cumbria?
I think the development vehicle that we've announced in the strategy is absolutely going to inaugurate a new era for the nuclear industry. You speak to anybody, Mr Deputy Speaker, in the industry, they'll say that there's been no government in the last 25 years that is so positive and so enthusiastic about nuclear power, and I think that's a great future. That represents a great endorsement for the skills and the industry that he's so ably promoted here in this House.
Alan Brown.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Clearly this is not a strategy at all, but it's a series of high-level targets or rehashed information that the government spoke about several times. The reality is, Mr Deputy Speaker, the 2022 energy price cap is 75% higher than the April 2021 price cap, putting 6.5 million UK households into fuel poverty. The reality is, people are going to die, and yet there is no additional support announced to alleviate fuel poverty. So how many fuel-poor households does the Secretary of State think is acceptable in modern-day Britain? And will he confirm that less than a third of his £9 billion support package is actually direct money from the Treasury that won't be clawed back? Now, when it comes to energy efficiency, charities and energy companies alike are calling for much greater investment in energy efficiency, so why is there no additional funding for this? Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, I am pleased that there is no new money announced for his nuclear fantasy. And does he stand by the impact assessment that says that the cost of a new nuclear power station, including capital and financing, is as high as £63 billion? Now, they've included a blue hydrogen target, so why is the Acorn CCS cluster still a reserve? Why is there no additional funding to match the doubling of the green hydrogen target? Now, the 50 gigawatt offshore wind target is very welcome, but what's he doing to upgrade offshore transmission network strategy and take account of the Scotland leasing round? And when will they remove the iniquity of the transmission charges that prejudice Scotland, and does he understand the concerns about the new nodal pricing proposal that's been announced? When is he going to get to a grip with a funding mechanism for pumped storage hydro so SSE can go on and complete the Corrie Glass project? In regards to this new dash for oil and gas, If this is to provide energy security, can he advise what percentage of North Sea oil and gas gets traded and exported and how much goes abroad for refining? And finally, will he commit to working with the Treasury to publish figures showing how much additional oil and gas revenues they've received, how much additional VAT from our energy bills the Treasury received, and how much extra VAT they've received in the petrol prices increase, so that we can see the Treasury windfall that's happened during this cost of living crisis?
Well, to his barrage of questions, and I'll try and answer a few of them. With respect to nuclear, his position and mine could not be more different, and I'm very glad that he's very honest and frank about nuclear. I still don't understand what his answer is to decarbonised baseload in terms of security of supply, but I'm very grateful for his honesty. In terms of the transmission charges, he will know that that's a matter for Ofgem, and I'll be very happy to speak to him and to speak to Ofgem about how we can move forward on that.
Don't forget, short questions and short responses, please. Andrea Leadsom.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. My right honourable friend is aware that the Backbench Committee on Bays has done a very swift and urgent inquiry into how businesses and households can actually reduce their own energy bills this winter. Would he and his right honourable friend agree to meet with me and my vice-chairs to discuss some of the very sensible and practical measures within it?
Absolutely. And I always want to take the opportunity to commend the great work that my right honourable friend did when she headed the department, when I was Energy Minister, and we're really continuing in that vein. And of course, I and my right honourable friend will be delighted to meet her and her committee to discuss ideas that will give us security, affordability and sustainability.
Taniazi.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This morning at the Bays Select Committee, I was moved to tears to listen to the chief executives of the energy companies tell us how horrific it is going to be for the public and vulnerable people to pay their bills. Now it will be fine for the summer, they will have increases, but in October it's going to be terrible. A short-term fix is not good enough. The people in this country deserve better. We deserve to have a long-term fix to our prices. The cost of living is extortionate, and the Secretary of State needs to help.
As I said in my statement, we are fully aware of the pressures on people's household bills. It's a really, really extreme issue, and we want to deal with it. I also said that my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, will look at this again in October and see whether measures are appropriate. And on the price cap, she will know that it's set in August. So there's still a long period before we can work out what the actual price cap is, and it's a matter for Ofgem. And we are waiting to see at what level it's set in August.
Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. My right honourable friend is well aware of the expertise and the expansion of the offshore renewables, hydrogen and carbon capture in northern Lincolnshire and the wider region. Would you agree that this is something that we could focus on exporting? We have great skill in financial management, planning and construction. Is he working with the Department of International Trade to expand our exports?
My honourable friend makes a remarkable and interesting point. He will remember, just over 2 years ago, I visited Grimsby and I saw him and many other local MPs. And we talked about the investment, we talked about the opportunities. I'm very pleased that 2.5 years later, we've actually realised a lot of those ambitions. There's still a long way to go. But of course, it's absolutely right to be thinking in terms of exporting our expertise, exporting our talent and our sheer manufacturing ingenuity around the world, and I'm delighted to support him on that.
Darren Jones.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It was reported there was no further announcements in the strategy for home insulation, because when the Secretary of State asked the Chancellor to use around £300 million in a departmental underspend for that project, the Chancellor said no. Is that true or false?
I don't remember that particular incident, but he will know that energy efficiency. He will know that energy efficiency was actually the centrepiece of the heat and building strategy, which he welcomed only at the end of last year.
Hayes.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I refer members to my entry in the Register of Interest. The commitment to solar is vital, but does the Secretary of State recognise that food security is as important as energy security? And every building, every warehouse, every commercial enterprise should be covered in solar before a single acre of valuable land is consumed by solar farms.
Well, I'd be very interested to hear his views about solar. I think solar is crucially important. I'm delighted we have so many former energy ministers in this chamber today. I mean, he was a very distinguished holder of the post, and I'm very, very pleased to engage with him on this important subject.
Lucas.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the triple test of this strategy is whether it helps cut dependence on Russian gas, whether it brings down bills, whether it secures a safe climate, and it manages to fail on all of those fronts. It also has a massive hole where energy saving should be. But it's been reported today that the government is considering scrapping green levies, which, as he knows, support renewables and address fuel poverty and therefore help get fuel bills down. Can he reassure me that this rumour is false, that if any changes are to be made, it would simply be about moving those levies to taxation, general taxation, or is it going to be the case that this is another policy being led by a handful of Tory backbenchers?
I engage with my colleagues on the front bench and the back bench all the time, and they've got lots of brilliant ideas. I don't think that I don't recognise the strategy that she characterised. I think it does deliver on security, it does deliver on longer-term affordability, and it does deliver on the sustainable net zero targets that many people in this House agree with.
Richard Fuller.
One of the hurdles that families face when they look to put in a heat pump or to invest in home insulation is they can't afford the upfront costs to get the long-term gains. The Enterprise Investment Scheme has been extremely successful, encouraging investment into entrepreneurship, which has a somewhat similar cash flow profile. So will my right honourable friend have a word with the Chancellor about whether we can achieve or implement a net zero enterprise investment scheme to marshal private capital to help in the social objective of achieving net zero?
We have a number of such schemes in existence now. We also have trialled a number of other schemes. We're always iterating a way in which we can actually attract private capital to meet net zero. This is what we've been doing for the last 3 years when net zero was passed into legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. When fracking was halted in June 2019, ministers said they wouldn't bring it back without compelling evidence. Now, however, the government says all options are back on the table. Where is this compelling new evidence that brings fracking back on the table?
I've been very clear. It was in October 2019. She's right to mention 2019, and I was responsible, as was my right honourable friend, who was Secretary of State at the time, for announcing the moratorium. Facts, in terms of the wholesale price, have changed. It's 10 times higher than it was at the end of 2019, and I think it's perfectly right to look at the resources that we have in our country to see whether we can actually use gas here for greater energy security.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Building on the excellent question from my right honourable friend, the member for South Holland and the Deepings, with which I agree, my right honourable friend has included in his medium-term, long-term strategy the ambition to raise solar power from 14 gigawatts to 70, which would obviously make an enormous contribution to renewable energy generation. Would he follow up the excellent work that he undertook with the Treasury to remove VAT on solar panel installations, to also press for VAT to be removed from electricity storage for battery, wall and other similar products in domestic homes?
The tax issues are specifically not in my portfolio, but of course I speak to my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, all the time about how we can incentivise investment in new exciting green technologies, and that's something that we're very pleased to do.
David Linden.
Deputy Speaker, I think all of us in this House, when we think of the energy crisis, would want to encourage our constituents to take forward measures in terms of energy efficiency. But for one property in particular, the types of tenement properties that we have right across Glasgow's East End, that is even more problematic in terms of energy efficiency. So would the Secretary of State agree to meet with me and look at the specific challenges that face Glaswegians when it comes to energy efficiency?
I'd be very happy to meet with him, as I do with many of his Scottish colleagues, to discuss really critical energy issues.
Kate.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I very much welcome the commitment to rebuilding Britain's nuclear industry. It's great news for consumers, and it should be great news for the UK steel industry, particularly speciality steels in Stocksbridge, in my constituency, who specialise in producing the kind of high-value steel required for these projects. I know my right honourable friend has welcomed Sizewell C's decision to sign the UK Steel Charter, but can he confirm that this means that they must also commit to purchasing steel made and poured in the UK?
I can't make any commitments on behalf of the company because, as she will know, it's at arm's length. It'll have its own corporate structure. But she will know that as Secretary of State, I've always championed the steel industry. I think it's vital for national security and also for levelling up. I think it's a hugely important industry, and I'm very happy to work with her to promote it.
Seema Malhotra.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Onshore wind is the cheapest power available to us and the cleanest. Does the Secretary of State accept that bills for families and businesses will be much higher as a result of his failure to back it?
Done more than many in actually driving onshore wind. She will know that we suspended the Pot 1 auction and we've brought it back. We've got more onshore wind than pretty much any other country in Northern Europe, and we continue aggressively and passionately to promote onshore wind.
The retail energy market saw the big 6 suppliers increase to 90. Several were granted licences despite being undercapitalised, causing them to fail and placing a burden onto all consumers. We know that competition in the market is vital. What steps will the Secretary of State be taking to make it effective?
In partnership with Ofgem, we've talked about trying to get a much more resilient energy retail market. So the financial covenants, much more financial discipline, much more financial disclosure, as well as other ways in which we can make sure that what happened last winter doesn't happen again.
And Garden.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. 12,000 households in my constituency of Liverpool Walton rely on prepayment meters. The Chief Executive of Scottish Power rightly raised this at the Bays Committee today, saying that it is perverse that they, often the most vulnerable, can end up paying higher rates than people on direct debits. Will the Secretary of State take this up with the energy companies and, if necessary, compel them to make sure that the most vulnerable people in society are not paying the highest prices?
I think it was Keith Anderson who spoke this morning. Keith and others in the sector I speak to, and my right honourable friend speaks to all the time, and we're absolutely going to look at this particular issue because it does seem it seems disproportionate and unfair that people on prepayment meters should be paying much more than others on direct debit. But we're very happy to take that up with the relative with the leaders.
John Whittingdale.
I welcome my friend's commitment to a new generation of nuclear power stations. Can he confirm that the 8 designated sites remain the government's preferred locations for these, including Bradwell in my constituency? And has he yet reached a view as to whether that could include a Chinese-designed reactor?
No, that in relation to Bradwell, it passed the GDA. The GDA was given. That was an arm's-length process. That was something which the government didn't get involved with. But clearly there is a discussion to be had about how we can take Bradwell forward. But there is an absolute commitment, as he knows, to up to 8 sites. I should say up to 8 sites. It's not saying 8, because obviously we've got small modular reactors as well. But 8 sites would get to roughly 24 gigawatts.
Kerry McCarthy.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Shadow Secretary of State visited Bristol recently to look at the really ambitious projects that we've got going on with new water source heat pumps and the City Leap partnership. Can I ask the Business Secretary whether he is aware of what's going on in Bristol and what can he do to help cities decarbonise?
I know that Bristol has a very strong tradition of green, carbon reducing policies. Very, very happy to visit and see the great work that's being done there. And it's a part of the world which I know well from Airbus and other great industrial concerns. So we're very happy to go there.
John Penrose.
Speaker, can I congratulate the Secretary of State for this excellent document, and can I press him on the REMA long-term fundamental reform of the underlying market? And will he reassure me and others on this side of the House, at the very least, that it will be done in a spirit which will maximise competition and consumer choice to make sure that we make the customer the king and the queen, and that it will include price cap reform?
All of these things are being looked at. I mean, the way in which the price cap has had these 6-month periods, that's being reviewed. I mentioned the fact that financial resilience is something that's going to be looked at for new entrants. Something that hasn't been mentioned is the future of the future system operator.
the ESO. I think that's a remarkable innovation, and I'm very proud that it's in the document. I'd be very happy to talk to him about these things.
Sammy Wilson.
The Minister has said that it's a long-term strategy, and obviously we need that. But there's a short-term problem, namely that people can't afford to pay their bills at present. And some of that is due to the green levies, which amount to about £400 per year additional costs to individuals. What plans does he have to deal with those? And given that he's going to have so many new offshore wind mills, how many does he believe is needed? What cost? And what's the cost of connecting to the grid? And how will that affect the capital costs on people's energy bills?
In the time that I suspect he have been in the House, renewables have really taken off. In the one bit of the energy story here in the UK that has really transformed and been a world leader has been renewables, and it's something that I'm very proud of. In terms of the immediate support for consumers, hard-pressed consumers, in a global price hike, we have made commitments, £9 billion, my right honourable friend committed to helping people pay the bills.
Hunt.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. What steps are being taken to ensure the future energy strategy of the UK is secured by manufacturing hydrogen fuel cells in the UK in, I don't know, say Loughborough?
I had a feeling she would mention Loughborough. But she will know that we are absolutely committed to hydrogen, and hydrogen has many uses. It can be used potentially in the gas grid, it can be used in transport, which she refers to, and also in industrial processes, and we're very excited about the opportunities outlined in the strategy for more capacity so that we can drive innovation in those areas.
Cat Smith.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. In 2019, during the general election, I'm sure that was just a coincidence, the government said that fracking in Lancashire was going to be off the table. There was a moratorium, the wells were going to be filled with concrete, and it was off the table. Can I ask the Secretary of State, what has changed between 2019 and today that puts fracking back on the table? What on earth did he get from COP26?
There has been an issue with the wholesale gas price, which has gone up about 10 times in that time, and it seems entirely reasonable, if we have gas underneath our feet, to look at the possibility of using it.
David Morris.
Mr Speaker, I would just like to ask my right honourable friend if he would like to come to Heysham and look at the 2 reactors that are working in my constituency. The whole community is at the back of the nuclear power industry, and it's our future. So I just extend an invitation to come to Heysham and see us all.
I'd be very happy to come with him and see nuclear reactors, the future, which is decarbonised baseload. That's what we need. We need new decarbonised baseload power, and that's something that he and I are 100% aligned on.
Stephen Flynn.
Because the Secretary of State just said that his energy strategy will, and I quote, drive down bills for British people. By how much?
That obviously refers relatively to whatever the wholesale price of the gas will be. I'm not a gas trader, nor is he. He has no idea. He has no idea what the wholesale gas price will be. It will have a tendency to lower prices, absolutely.
Speaker, if one thing recent events have shown us is the importance of our own strategic steel industry, which I know the Secretary of State gets, the announcement of the expansion of the energy-intensive industries compensation scheme is really welcomed by the industry. Can he tell us when we will know exactly the details of that?
We're in constant conversation about this. This was actually a hard-earned win, I think, for the government. We're very pleased to be backing steel. He knows my commitment to the industry. I think we've won some battles, and I look forward to engaging with him on that in the future.
Mr Deputy Speaker, as you know as a Lancashire MP, the people of Lancashire are fed up to the back teeth of fracking. And the Secretary of State knows that when that moratorium came on in 2019, it came on because we were getting tremors of 8 on the Richter scale in Lancashire. It was a safety measure because we were worried about safety. It was nothing to do with the wholesale gas price. So please, Secretary of State, don't come out with that now.
There was drilling, and I remember it well as Energy Minister, and I was getting daily updates on the Richter scale. And yes, there were moments, there were times when it exceeded the limit that we'd imposed. I think it's entirely legitimate now, given where gas prices are, to relook at some of the evidence.
And Cairns.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I congratulate my honourable friend for the publication of the report because of the certainty it provides to so many sectors like oil and gas and nuclear in particular. But rightly, lots of attention has been paid to the support for energy-intensive industry, and there's been a lot of questions around the steel industry, understandably so. But will my honourable friend confirm this also extends to the chemical industry because of Dow Corning in my constituency as well as across the other constituencies?
My right honourable friend knows very well that the chemical industry absolutely is central, not only to people in his constituency, but right across the North East. And we engage with energy-intensive sectors like glass, steel, chemical industries, and others. Ceramics, yes. And they're all covered by the energy-intensive scheme that we want to promote.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. One of the greatest constraints on decarbonisation is the skills supply. So will the Secretary of State publish a workforce plan for the energy sector so we can ensure that we're making the investment now for the skills we need both now and in the future?
She's absolutely right, and that's why when I was Energy Minister, I, with my honourable friend, the then Education Minister, set up the Green Jobs Task Force, and working with unions, working across the sector, we came up with some very good proposals. We're driving that forward. We recognise the skills gap, and we want to close it.
Ina Crosby.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm delighted that Wilbur was specifically included in the British Energy Security Strategy. And I look forward to in welcoming the Energy Minister to Unismore in a few weeks. The new Wilbur nuclear plant will bring local jobs for local people. Will the Minister consider discounted electricity bills for locals and locating the headquarters of the new Great British Nuclear Vehicle in North Wales in recognition of the nuclear expertise and heritage in the area?
I think I'm getting a bit ahead of myself if I were to actually decide here now at the dispatch box where this will be cited. But I want to pay tribute to her. I want to pay tribute to her tireless and passionate advocacy for the nuclear industry. She's been, among a number of other people I see in this chamber, a brilliant champion. And I look forward to working with her to drive nuclear power in Wilver and across this country.
Ben.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. People used to have their water supply cut off if they couldn't pay the bill until it was made illegal to do so. Given that more and more of our constituents are going to be unable to pay their gas and electricity bills as the year progresses, does the Secretary of State share my concern that more and more prepayment meters will be installed in response and that, in effect, our constituents will end up disconnecting themselves because they don't have the money to put in the meter? And if so, what's he going to do about it?
As I said in an earlier answer, I speak to the industry all the time. This has been raised, and we want to prevent people from having to take up prepayment meters if they can avoid that. And that's something which we've done through a number of interventions to try and reduce the impact of very, very high prices globally. And I refer him also to the fact that my right honourable friend announced £9 billion package to help people face high bills.
I'm afraid the last question now is Jack Brereton.
Energy price fluctuations are a particular issue for the ceramics sector, and I was delighted to visit 1882 Limited, which is a ceramics producer in my constituency over Easter. They raise these concerns. So what is my right honourable friend doing to support the ceramics sector and all energy-intensive sectors to reduce the costs of energy and help increase the sustainability of energy?
In the strategy, there is a commitment to energy-intensive users. I know that my honourable friend, from ever his first day here, has been a tireless champion of the ceramics industry. I was very pleased to see him in his constituency among the other state constituencies, and I look forward to working with him to making sure that we protect our precious ceramics industry in the UK.
Thank you. One second. I thank the Secretary of State for his statement. I'm sorry people didn't get in. A note will be taken of your names, but we've got real time pressure today. Jamie Stone, point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. On a point of order, on the 4th of April, during Easter recess, the Secretary of State for Digital, Culture, Media and Sport posted a tweet that read, I quote, "I have come to the conclusion that government ownership is holding Channel 4 back from competing against streaming giants like Netflix and Amazon.
Rubbish.
A change of ownership will give Channel 4 the tools and freedom to flourish and thrive as a public services broadcaster long into the future." End quote. The announcement has been made directly through social media, thereby giving elected members of Parliament no opportunity to question the Secretary of State on behalf of our constituents. So can I ask, Mr Deputy Speaker, why was this announced on Twitter during recess instead of to the House? Have you been informed of any forthcoming statement from the Department? And can you suggest what means I can pursue to get the Secretary of State to the Chamber to answer relevant questions on this issue? Thank you.
Good point. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his point of order and his forward notice of it. Mr Speaker has made it absolutely clear that he wants any important statements to be made to Parliament first, rather than in any other form, never mind social media. I've been given no indication as to whether a statement will be made today or indeed in the future, but I'm sure there will be ample opportunities for him to question the Secretary of State on the possible privatisation of Channel 4. Clive Eppard, point of order.
Mr Deputy Speaker, we've had a statement today from the Prime Minister where he was questioned about the fine that he received for breaking the law over COVID restrictions. But we also know that the Chancellor of the Exchequer also received a fine for breaking the law. Does that require him to come to the House to make a statement, and have you been given notice that he intends to do so?
Thank the honourable member for his point of order. I've been given no indication that the Chancellor of the Exchequer will be making a statement on that or any other matter, but there again I am absolutely certain there will be ample opportunities for people to question ministers in the coming days, weeks and indeed months. We are now moving on to the 10-minute rule motion. Tim Farron.
I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to provide for mandatory targets and timescales for the ending of sewage discharges into waterways and coastal areas, to make provision about the powers of Ofwat to monitor and enforce compliance, to publish quarterly report on the impact of sewage discharges on the natural environment, animal welfare and human health, to require the membership of water companies' boards to include at least one representative or an environmental group and for connected purposes. Mr Speaker, it is such a privilege to be in this place to speak for the people of the lakes and dales of Cumbria. Cumbria is one of the most beautiful places on earth. It is also, on occasions, one of the wettest. It needs to be. How else would we keep the lakes and tarns, meres, waters, rivers and becks filled and flowing? Home of 2 national parks and 2 World Heritage sites, Cumbria's waterways are nevertheless shamefully often polluted by sewage discharges, yet those discharges take place legally and without sanction. Our lakes and rivers are our natural treasures, yet water company bosses are degrading those natural treasures to keep a hold on their own treasure. Last year, the water companies made £2.7 billion of profit. They paid out £27 million in bonuses. Their chief executives earned 7-figure sums, and yet they are free by law to preside over enormous numbers of dangerous discharges that damage our environment, our wildlife, and are a threat to human life too. This bill aims to stop the water companies putting their personal treasure ahead of our natural treasure. The government chooses to let them get away with it. This bill will stop them. In 2021, raw sewage was pumped into the River Lune near Sedbergh in my constituency for 5,351 hours, the equivalent of 222 continuous days. And this isn't just a problem for me and my constituents, this is a colossal crisis affecting the entire country. Water companies pumped sewage into rivers nationwide 772,000 times in the last 2 years, more than 1,000 discharges each day. Some of those discharges lasted almost a whole year, all of them legal. Sewage discharges happen far too frequently and for far too long for the government and the water company to be able to credibly hide behind the excuse that these are caused only by exceptional rainfall. As a result, only 14% of England's rivers now meet the criteria to be defined as ecologically good. It's true that our sewage systems are shamelessly out of date, but the water companies responsible for improving them have little impetus to do so because the government is barely holding them to account. The British public don't just pay these companies to provide us with clean water, we also pay them to ensure safe and clean processes for wastewater and sewage. It feels that too often they have forgotten half the bargain, and this government lets them. United Utilities, our local water company in the North West, were the culprits for 4 of the 10 longest sewage discharges in 21, the most of any water company in the country. Meanwhile, they posted profits of £602 million and dished out £6 million in bonuses, also the most of any water company in the country. Far from being punished or held accountable for the degradation of our waterways, it looks to the public like water bosses are being rewarded for it. Those 772,000 discharges were legal. They happened under the government's nose, while the rest of us had to hold ours. The water companies also are guilty of emissions where they have broken the law, but they are very rarely held to account. Something of a theme, of course, for this government. Between 2018 and 21, there were only 11 fines issued to water companies for pumping sewage into our lakes and rivers. Only 3 of them were fines over £1 million, 4 of them fines of less than £50,000, so the government makes it cheaper for water companies to pay a fine than to take action to stop the discharges. No wonder they don't invest enough to clean up our lakes and rivers. Mr Deputy Speaker, I can confirm that I left the lakes this morning without a coat because spring is here. The visitors are with us in Cumbria and summer is around the corner. The UK's waterways will soon be teeming with swimmers, dippers and paddlers, nowhere more so than in the English lakes, most of all in Windermere, at the heart of the most visited part of the UK outside of London. And Windermere has 3 designated bathing sites, all of them ranked as being of good standard. It is currently a safe place to visit, but the government's weak regulation is putting that at risk. On 71 days in 2020, United Utilities legally dumped sewage into Windermere. How can this be considered anything other than outrageous? The government allows discharges like these because they're considered storm events. Well, Cumbria gets more rainfall than in a month than most places, or many places, get in a year. And so that might strike, the things that might strike ministers in London as storm events are actually just mild drizzle for those of us in the lakes. But allowing water companies to hide behind storm events as an excuse to pollute our lakes and rivers, the government therefore shows its ignorance about communities like ours in Cumbria and allows the water companies to pollute Britain's wettest places the worst. Tourism and hospitality employs 60,000 people in Cumbria. It's by far our biggest employer. It is worth £3.5 billion to our local economy. I do not want this government to put that at risk by allowing our lakes to be polluted. I want the government to protect the well-being of everyone who visits the lakes and everyone who lives in the lakes. But as well as the human impact, there is an ecological impact. Maintaining the quality of our rivers, streams and lakes is crucial to protecting biodiversity for centuries to come. The Environmental Audit Committee reported that rivers in England are in a mess. 42 main salmon rivers in England, 39 of those 42 populations are categorised as being at risk or probably at risk, and when one part of the complex interconnected life of a river is damaged, the whole ecosystem is hurt, from duckweed and dragonflies to otters and trout. We must not be duped into thinking that the government took action to deal with this in the Environment Act. We remember that only by being dragged, kicking and screaming by members of the other place did they move an amendment, but that amendment is essentially meaningless. It sets no timescales or targets. It is a wish list, not an action plan. This bill will put that right and ensure that action is taken. It provides for mandatory targets and timescales for the ending of sewage discharges into waterways and coastal areas. This bill would also strengthen Ofwat, the Water Services Regulation Authority, to hold water companies accountable. Furthermore, it would take the radical step of placing representatives of local environmental groups on the boards of these companies so that executives will have nowhere to hide from the impact of their practices on our waterways, on the wildlife that depends upon them and the economies and communities that they underpin. This bill would also help to get to the heart of the problem, not just the headlines. It will do that by making sure we get the right information. You see, government tells us the length of time that discharges have happened and how often they happen, but not the volume of sewage that is discharged into the watercourses. Without that information, we cannot know the scale of the problem. In small rivers and becks, in the confined space of a lake, volume will have a much bigger impact and a more damaging impact on humans, animals and ecology. Government and water companies both hide behind asking inadequate questions and therefore getting inadequate answers. For instance, the government's Environment Agency has to test for nutrients and chemicals in the water, but they do not have to test for bacteria. Yet it is bacteria which is the greatest health concern.
Unless a watercourse is designated as bathing water, and there are barely any rivers that are designated as bathing water, then bacteria is only tested for by concerned citizens, such as the marvellous people I met on the River Kent in Staveley recently, who do just that. But testing for bacteria must become compulsory. The River Kent in Cumbria is designated as a site of special scientific interest. It hosts, among other things, protected species such as pearl mussels, which are rarer than the giant panda. And yet this is a protected river where sewage is being legally discharged almost every day. Mr Deputy Speaker, you can see then why my bill matters to my community and to the whole community, the country of the United Kingdom. The bill requires water companies to produce accurate, comprehensive, quarterly reports on the impact that sewage discharges have on animal welfare, human health and the environment. The public have a right to know what our water companies are being allowed to do, and hopefully, with the cleansing impact of public scrutiny and the literally cleansing effect of water companies spending their money on upgrades rather than bonuses, the public will soon see encouraging signs to give them faith in our waterways and also renewed faith in our political system, that polluters will actually be held to account for dumping sewage into our lakes and rivers and no longer permitted, no matter how powerful the water companies may be. That companies making billions in profit would no longer be protected by a Conservative government which permits them to discharge sewage 772,000 times in 2 years. What then shall we protect? The inflated profits of water companies or the safety and beauty of our lakes and rivers? It is time for all of us in this House to take action and to pick a side.
This would be the opportunity for anybody wishing to oppose this 10-minute rule motion. I've been given no indication that anybody wishes to do so, and I see nobody, so I'll pose the question. And the question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As Member of that Prince say aye? Oh, that's a bit lacklustre. We'll try that again. As Member of that Prince say aye? Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Ed Davey, Daisy Cooper, Mr Alistair Carmichael, Sarah Green, Vera Hobhouse, Christine Jardine, Leila Moran, Helen Morgan, Sarah Olney, Jamie Stone, Manira Wilson and myself.
Behave.
Sewage Discharges Bill.
Second reading, what day?
Friday, 6th of May.
Friday, the 6th of May. Thank you very much. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Online Safety Bill, second reading.
Minister to move second reading.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, given the time and the number of people standing indicating they wish to speak, as per our conversation, my speech, opposition frontbenchers' speech, the two wind-up speeches would actually leave 10 minutes for people to speak. Therefore, I'm just going to take a couple of interventions, and I'm going to speak very fast in the way of a northerner can through my speech, and I'll begin now. Today, almost every aspect of our lives is conducted via the internet, from working to shopping to keeping up with friends and family and wild, real-time news. Via our smartphones and tablets, we spend an increasingly larger amount of our lives online than we do in the real world. In the past 20 or so years, it's fair to say that the internet has overwhelmingly been a force for good, for prosperity and for progress. But I think members across this House would agree that as technological advancements move at a warp speed, so do the new dangers this progress presents to children, young people. Yes.
My honourable friend will know that last Wednesday, the man who murdered our great friend Sir David Amess was sentenced for a whole life term. David felt very strongly that we needed legislation to protect MPs, particularly female MPs, from vile misogynistic abuse. In his memory, can the Secretary of State assure me that her bill will honour the spirit of that request.
Mr Deputy Speaker, he was all of our friend, he was my friend too, and he's been very much in the forefront of my mind during the redrafting of this bill over the last few months, and I would like to give him my absolute assurances on that. To go to my friend.
Thank the Secretary of State for giving way. Over the last few months in my constituency, I've had a number of constituents who have contacted me about the eating disorders, in particular those with anorexia and bulimia, and also bullying in schools. Can the Secretary of State assure me and this House that those issues and the concerns that those people have will be enshrined within this bill and they will be protected?
They will, Mr Deputy Speaker. In fact, incitement for people to take their own lives, eating disorders, encouraging people to go into anorexia chat rooms, all of those issues are covered in the bill. I'll take one more intervention. My honourable friend.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend and thank her for the written communications that we've had regarding Angela Stevens, the mother of Brett, who tragically took his own life, having been coerced by some of these vile online sites. As part of the bill's preparation, I know that the Law Commission has been considering harmful online communications, and one of their recommendations is bringing in a new offence of encouraging or assisting self-harm. I'd also strongly urge my right honourable friend to adopt that, and couldn't she say more on it, please?
Mr Deputy Speaker, and exactly those issues will be listed in secondary legislation under legal but harmful. And you know, it's I'll talk about that further in my speech. But legal but harmful actually focuses on some of the worst harmful behaviours. We're not talking about an arbitrary list of, but incitement for people to encourage people to take their own life, encouraging people into suicide chat rooms, behaviour which is not illegal but which is indeed harmful. And now I'm going to just whiz through the speech now in order to allow those people who stayed and want to speak. As Minister for Mental Health for 2 years, I heard only too often stories such as the one my honourable friend has just highlighted. And we've all sat down with constituents and listened as the worst stories any parents could recount is retold. How 14-year-old girls take their own life after being directed via harmful algorithms into a suicide chat room. Or how a child has been bombarded with pro-anorexia content or posts encouraging self-harm or cyberbullying. School bullying, Mr Deputy Speaker, used to stop at the school gate. Today, it accompanies a child home, on their mobile phone, and is lurking in the bedroom waiting when they switch on their computer. It's the last thing a bullied child reads at night before they sleep, and the first thing they see when they wake in the morning. A bullied child now is no longer bullied in the playground on school days, but for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Childhood innocence is being stolen at the click of a button. One extremely worrying figure from 2020 which showed that 80% of 12 to 15-year-olds had at least one potentially harmful online experience in the previous year. Mr Speaker, we also see it every time a footballer steps onto the pitch, only to be subjected to horrific racism online, including banana and monkey emojis. And as any female MP in this House will tell you, if you're a woman on social media, and I say this from experience, you face a daily barrage of toxic abuse. Not criticism. Criticism is a fair game. But horrific harassment and serious threats of violence. Trolls who post that they hope we get raped or killed, who urge us to put a rope around our necks, or who want to watch us burn in a car alive. My own particular experience. And all of this behaviour is either illegal or almost, without exception, explicitly banned in a platform's terms and conditions. Commercially, it has to be. If it wasn't a platform, if a platform stated quite openly that it allows such content on its sites, which advertisers, the financial lifeblood, would knowingly endorse and advertise on those platforms, which advertisers would do that? Who would openly use or allow their children to use sites that state they allow illegal and harmful activity? None, I would suggest, and platforms know this. And yet we've almost come to accept this kind of toxic behaviour and abuse as part and parcel of online life. We have factored online abuse and harm into our daily way of life. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, it shouldn't have to be this way and doesn't have to be this way.
This government promised in its manifesto to pass legislation to tackle these problems and to make the UK the safest place in the world to go online, especially for children. Legislation that would hold social media platforms to the promises they've made to their own users, their own stated terms and conditions. Promises that too often go broken with no repercussions. Legislation that would bring some fundamental accountability to the online world. That legislation is here in the form of the ground-breaking Online Safety Bill. We are leading the way, and free democracies across the globe are watching carefully to see how we progress this legislation. This bill has our children's future, their unhindered development and their well-being at its very heart, whilst at the same time providing enhanced protections for freedom of speech. It is at this point, Mr Deputy Speaker, that I would like to pay tribute to my predecessors who have each trodden the very difficult path of balancing freedom of speech whilst addressing widespread harms, and my immediate predecessor, and particularly Dame Caroline Danish, who worked so hard prior to my arrival at DCMS with stakeholders and platforms digging in to identify the scope of the problem. To summarise the scope of the bill, we have reserved our strongest measures in this legislation for children. For the very first time, platforms will be required under law to protect children and young people from all sorts of harm, from the most abhorrent child abuse to cyberbullying to pornography. Tech companies will be expected to use every possible tool to do so, including introducing age assurance technologies. And they'll face severe consequences if they fail in the most fundamental of requirements to protect children. The bottom line is that by passing this legislation, our youngest members of society will be far safer when logging on. And I'm so glad to see James. I don't know if he's still here, actually. No, I think James. Oh, James is there. Hello, James Okuluja and Alex Holmes from the Diana Award here today. And they are watching from the gallery as we debate this groundbreaking piece of legislation. We've worked closely with them as we've developed this legislation, as they have dedicated a huge amount of their time to protecting children from online harms. This bill is for you and those children. The second part of the bill is to make sure that platforms design their services to prevent them being abused by criminals. When illegal content does not slip through the net, they will need to have effective systems and processes in place to quickly identify illegal content, such as child sex abuse and terrorist content, and to remove it from their sites. We won't allow the web to be a hiding place or a safe space for criminals. And the third is to force the largest social media platforms to enforce their own bans on racism, misogyny, anti-Semitism, pylons and all sorts of unacceptable behaviour that they claim not to allow, but that ruins life in practice. In other words, we're just asking the largest platforms to simply do what they say they will, just like all good consumer protection measures in any other industry. And if platforms fail in any of those basic responsibilities, Ofcom will be empowered to pursue a range of actions against them, depending on the situation, and if necessary, bring down the full weight of the law upon them. Mr Deputy Speaker, I'll just take 2 more interventions, and then that will be it. Otherwise, people will not have a chance to speak.
I'm very grateful for my honourable friend. The internet giants that run the kind of awful practices that she's described have for too long been unaccountable, uncaring and unconscionable in the way that they have fuelled every kind of spite and fed every kind of bigotry. Will she go further in this bill and ensure that those companies, rather like any other publisher, if they're prepared to allow anonymous posts, are held accountable for those posts and subject to the legal constraints that a broadcaster or newspaper would face?
Mr Deputy Speaker, these online giants will be held accountable to their own terms and conditions. They will be unable any longer to allow illegal content to be published, and we will also be listing in secondary legislation offences which will be legal but harmful. We will be holding those tech giants to account.
The Secretary of
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way. She talked about how this bill is going to protect children much more, and it is a welcome step forward. But does she accept that there are major gaps in this bill? For instance, gaming is not covered. It's not clear whether things like virtual reality and the metaverse is actually going to be covered. And the codes of practice, it isn't clear, and all the experts will tell you it's not clear. The codes of practice in the bill are only recommended guidance, not mandatory and binding on companies, which will encourage a race to the bottom.
Mr. Speaker, the duties are mandatory. It is the online safety bill. Metaverse is included in the bill, and not only is it included, but moving forward, the provisions that are put in the bill will allow us to move swiftly to deal with Metaverse and others. I mean, we didn't even know TikTok existed when this bill started its progress through journey, which will allow us to move quickly to respond. I'll take one more intervention. That's it then.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. One of the most important national assets that needs protecting in this bill and elsewhere is our reputation for serious journalism. Can she therefore confirm, as she said outside this House, that she intends to table amendments during the passage of the bill that will ensure platforms and search engines that have strategic market status protect access to journalism and content from recognised news publishers, ensuring that it's not moderated, restricted or removed without notice or right of appeal, and that those news websites themselves will be outside the scope of the bill?
Done that in the bill. It's already in there. No, I literally have to continue now. So, journalistic content is protected in the scope of the bill. Not only is it protected and democratic content and democratic free speech, but if one of the tech companies wanted to take down journalistic content, there is a right of appeal for journalists, which does not exist at the moment. We're doing further work on that to ensure that content remains up while that appeal takes place, but the appeal process has to be robust and consistent across the board in all appeals that take place. So we've already done more work in this version on the bill on that, and we're looking to do more as we move forward. We won't allow the web to be a hiding or a safe space for criminals. When illegal content does slip through the net, online platforms will need to have effective systems and processes in place to quickly identify that illegal content, such as child sex abuse and terrorist content, and remove it from their sites. And the third measure is to force the largest social media platforms to enforce their own bans on racism, misogyny, anti-Semitism, pylons and all the other acceptable behaviours. In other words, we're just asking the largest platforms to simply do what they say they will do, just like all good consumer protection measures in any other industry. And if platforms fail in any of these basic responsibilities, Ofcom will be empowered to pursue a range of actions against them, depending on the situation, and, if necessary, bring down the full weight of the law upon them. That includes searching their premises and confiscating their equipment, imposing huge fines of up to 10% of global turnover, to pursue criminal sanctions against senior managers who fail to cooperate, and, if necessary, blocking their sites in the UK. Mr. Speaker, we know that tech companies can act very quickly when they want to. Last year, when an investigation revealed that Pornhub allowed child sexual exploitation and abuse imagery to be uploaded onto their platform, MasterCard and Visa blocked use of its cards on the site. Lo and behold, threatened with the prospect of losing a huge chunk of its profit, Pornhub suddenly removed nearly 10 million child sexual exploitation videos from its site overnight. These companies have the tools. Unfortunately, as they have shown us time and time again, they need to be forced to use them. And that's exactly what this bill will do. But, Mr. Speaker, before I move on, I want to point out something which is very important. This is not the same bill as the one published in draft form last year. I know members across the House are as passionate as I am about getting this legislation right, and I have had lots of constructive feedback on the draft version of the bill. I've listened carefully to all they've had to say throughout its process, and that includes taking into account the very detailed feedback from the Joint Committee as well as the DCMS Select Committee and the Petitions Committee. They have spent many, many hours considering every part of this bill, and I'm extremely grateful for their dedication and thorough recommendations for how the legislation could be improved. As a result, over the last 3 or so months, I've strengthened the legislation in a number of important ways. There were calls for cyber flashing to be included. Cyber flashing is now in the bill. There were calls to ensure all commercial pornography sites would be covered by the legislation. In fact, we've expanded the scope of the bill to include every kind of provider of pornography. There were concerns around anonymity, so we've strengthened the bill so that it now requires the biggest tech platforms to offer verification and empowerment tools for adult users, allowing people to block anonymous trolls from the beginning. I know countless MPs are also deeply concerned about the way online fraud has proliferated over the last few years, particularly scam ads. And so under the new version of this bill, the largest and highest risk companies, those who stand to make the most profit, must now tackle scam ads appearing on their services. We've expanded the list of priority offences named on the face of this legislation to include not just terrorism and child abuse imagery, but revenge porn, fraud, hate crime, encouraging and assisting suicide, and organised immigration crime, among others. And if anyone doubted our appetite to go after Silicon Valley executives who don't cooperate with Ofcom, we've strengthened the bill so that the criminal sanctions for senior managers will now come into effect as soon as possible after royal assent, and I'm talking weeks, not years. And we've explained the things those senior managers are criminally liable for to cover falsifying data, destroying data, or obstructing Ofcom's access to their premises. In addition to the regulatory framework I've just set out within this bill, we are also creating 3 new criminal offences. While the regulatory framework is focused on holding companies to account, these criminal offences will be focused on individuals and the way people use and abuse online communications. Recommended by the Law Commission, they will address coercive and controlling behaviour by domestic abusers, threats to rape, kill or inflict other physical violence, and sharing dangerous disinformation to deliberately inflict harm. Mr Deputy Speaker, this is a new, stronger online safety bill. It's the most important legislation I've ever worked on, and it's been a huge team effort to get here. And I'm confident we've produced something that will protect children and our most vulnerable members of society, while being flexible and adaptable enough to meet the challenges of the future. I also want to make another very important thing clear relating to freedom of speech. Anyone who has actually read the bill will recognise that its defining focus is tackling serious harm, not curtailing free speech or preventing adults from being upset or offended by something they've seen online. In fact, I, along with countless other people across the House, am seriously concerned about the power that big tech has amassed over the past 2 decades, and the huge influence that Silicon Valley now wields over public debate. We here are not the arbiters of free speech. We've left it up to unelected tech executives on the West Coast to police themselves. They decide who is and who isn't allowed on the internet. They decide whose voice should be heard and who should be silenced, whose content is allowed up and what should be taken down. And too often, their decisions are arbitrary and inconsistent. So we're left with a situation where the President of the United States can be banned by Twitter, where the Taliban is not, or where talk radio can be blocked by YouTube for 12 hours, or an Oxford academic, Carl Hennigan, banned by Twitter, or a Mail on Sunday article plastered with a fake news label, all because they dared to challenge the West Coast consensus or express opinions Silicon Valley doesn't like. And so it's vital that this bill contains strong protections for free speech and for journalistic content. Under this legislation, for the first time, all users will have an official right to appeal if they feel they think their content has been unfairly removed. Platforms will have to explain themselves properly if they do remove content, and they'll have special new duties to protect journalistic content and democratically important content. And they'll have to keep this new duty in mind whenever they set their terms and conditions or moderate any content on their sites. Let me emphasise, these are new protections. And the new criminal offences updates Section 1 of the Malicious Communications Act 1988 and Section 127 of the Communications Act 2003, which were so broad they did interfere with free speech while failing to address seriously harmful consequences. Without this bill, social media companies will be free to continue arbitrarily silencing or cancelling those they don't agree with, without any need for explanation or justification. That's a situation that should be intolerable for anyone who values free speech. And for those who quite obviously haven't read the bill and say that it concedes power to big tech companies, I have this to say to them. Those big tech companies have all the power in the world that they could possibly want right now. How much more power could we possibly concede? Mr. Speaker, this brings me to my final point. We face two clear options now. We could choose not to act. We could leave big tech to continue regulating itself, marking its own homework, as it has been doing for years, with predictable results. We've already seen that without the right incentives, too often tech companies won't do what's needed to protect their users. Their claims of taking steps to fix things are too often not backed up by genuine actions. I can give you countless examples from the last few months alone of tech not taking online harm and abuse seriously, or willfully promoting harmful algorithms or putting profit before people. There's the recent BBC investigation that showed women's intimate pictures were being shared across the platform Telegram to harass, shame and blackmail women. The BBC reported 100 images to Telegram as pornography. 1 month later, 96 were still accessible. Tech didn't act. It took Twitter 6 days to suspend the account of rapper Wiley after his disgusting 2-day anti-Semitic rant. And just last week, the Centre for Countering Digital Hate said that as part of an investigation into misogynistic abuse on Instagram, it had reported 253 accounts to the platform. A month later, almost 90% of those accounts remained active. Again, tech didn't act. Remember, we have been debating these issues for years. It's one of the first meetings that I attended in this place in 2005. During that time, things have got worse, not better. If we choose the path of inaction, it will be on us to explain to our constituents why we did nothing to protect their children from preventable risks like grooming, pornography, suicide content or cyberbullying. And for those who say protecting children is the response of the parents, not the job of the state, I would quote the 19th century philosopher John Stuart Mill, one of the staunchest defenders of individual freedom, who wrote in On Liberty that the role of the state was to fulfil the responsibility of the parent where a parent could not in order to protect a child. If we choose not to act, in the years to come, we will no doubt ask ourselves why we didn't act to impose fundamental protections for people online. But, Mr. Speaker, we have another option. We could pass this bill and take huge steps towards tackling some of the most serious forms of online harm: child abuse and terrorism, harassment and death threats, content that is harming children across the UK today. We could do what John Stuart Mill wrote was the core duty of government. The right to self-determination is not unlimited. An action which results in doing harm to another is not only wrong, but wrong enough that the state can intervene to prevent that harm from occurring. We do with every other part of our life. We erect street lamps to make our cities and towns safer. We put in speed limits on our roads and make seatbelts compulsory. Small but necessary changes to protect people from grievous harm. Now it's time to bring in some fundamental protections online. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have the legislation ready right now in the form of the Online Safety Bill. All we have to do is pass it. And I am proud to commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Just before I call the Shadow Minister, it will be obvious to the House that we have approximately 1 hour for backbench contributions, and a great many people want to speak. So I have to warn colleagues that not everybody will have the opportunity to speak, and that there will certainly be a time limit, which will probably begin at 5 minutes. Lucy Powell.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's been a busy day, and I'll try and keep my remarks short, because there are so many people who want to speak in this important debate. We have to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a real shame that such a landmark bill with so many members wanting to contribute has been squeezed to such a tiny amount of time today. We support the principles of the Online Safety Bill. There's been a Wild West online for too long. Huge platforms like Facebook and Google began as startups, but now have huge influence on almost every aspect of our lives: how we socialise, shop, where we get our news and views, and even on the outcome of elections and propaganda wars. There have been undoubted benefits, but the lack of regulation has let harms and abuses proliferate. From record child abuse reports to soaring fraud and scams, from racist tweets to Russia's disinformation campaigns, there are too many harms which, as a society, we've been unable or unwilling to address so far. There is currently no regulator. However, neither the government nor Silicon Valley should have control over what we can say and do online. We need strong, independent regulation. I will give way once on this point.
I'm very grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State talked about getting the tech giants to follow their own rules, but we know from Frances Haugen, the whistleblower at Facebook, that these companies were driving children and people to harmful content because it drove up engagement. So doesn't it show that we have to go even further than asking them to follow their own rules?
Absolutely, I very much agree with my honourable friend, and I'll come on to say something about that shortly. The Online Safety Bill is an important step towards doing this. We welcome the overall aim of the bill, namely the duty of care framework based on the work of the Carnegie Trust. And I agree with the Secretary of State that safety of children should be at the heart of this regulation. The government has rightly now included fraud, online pornography, cyber flashing and other measures in this new draft, although they should have been in scope all along. I'm not going to give way, I'm sorry. Before I get into the specifics of the bill, I will address the main area of contention, which I think is at play: the balance between free speech and regulation, most notably expressed via the legal but harmful clauses. I fear the government's current solution to... I will give way one last time and then I will make... Well.
Thank my honourable friend for giving way. I mean, the government has clearly set out the priority legal harms in Schedule 7 of the bill, but legal harms clearly not being specified. So given the torrent of racist, anti-Semitic, misogynistic abuse that grows every single day, does my honourable friend know why the bill hasn't been made more cohesive with a list of core legal harms and thus allowing for more emerging threats to actually be dealt with in secondary legislation?
Yeah, I will come on to some of those points, and he makes a very valid point. But I fear the government's current solution to this balance will please no one and takes us down an unhelpful rabbit hole. Some believe this bill will stifle free speech, with platforms overzealously taking down legitimate political and other views. In response, the government has put in what it considers to be protections for freedom of speech and has committed to setting out an exhaustive list of legal but harmful content, thus relying almost entirely on a take-down content approach, which many will still see as government overreach. On the other hand, those who want harmful outcomes addressed through stronger regulation are left arguing over a yet-to-be-published list of government-determined harmful content. This content-driven approach moves us in the wrong direction, away from the duty of care principles the bill is supposed to enshrine. The real solution is a systems approach based on outcomes, which would not only solve the free speech question, but make the bill overall much stronger. What does this mean in practice? Essentially, rather than going after individual content, go after the business models, systems and policies which drive the impact. It's not what any of he says from a sedentary position that this is what the bill does. It's not what the bill does, and it's not what any of the leading experts in this field make of this bill. And he should perhaps talk to some of them before he shouts at me from a sedentary position. Currently, the business models of most social media companies, as my friend has just outlined, are based on engagement. The more engagements, the more money they make, thereby rewarding controversy, sensationalism and fake news.
One person posting a racist slur or anti-vax comment which nobody notices, shares or reads is significantly less harmful than a post that is quickly able to go viral. Or a young person on the receiving end of a collective pile-on can have a profoundly harmful effect, even though most of the individual posts would not meet the threshold of harmful. Facebook whistleblower, I won't give way, I'm sorry. Facebook whistleblower Francis Hagan, who I had the privilege of meeting, cited many examples to the Joint Committee of Facebook's models and algorithms which make all of this much worse. Had the government chosen to follow the Joint Committee recommendations for a systems-based approach rather than a content-driven one, I believe this bill would be stronger and it would reduce concerns on free speech. It also has the benefit, I'm sorry, there's too many people wanting to speak in this. Talk to your own business managers who've cut. I know he's chair of the committee.
The honourable lady's not giving way. Let's get on with the debate.
I'm sorry, business managers have failed everybody on all sides on this today, I'm afraid, the time here. It also would have the benefit of tackling the things that platforms can control, like how content spreads, rather than what they can't control, like what people post. We avoid the cul-de-sac of arguing over the definitions of what content is or isn't harmful, and instead we go straight to the impact. I urge the government to adopt recommendations that have been made to them consistently to focus the bill on systems and models, not simply on content. Turning to other aspects of the bill, key issues on its effectiveness remain. First, protecting children. As any parent will know, children face significant risks online, from poor body image, bullying and sexist trolling to the most extreme grooming and child abuse, which is tragically on the rise. This bill is an important opportunity to make the internet a safe place for children. It sets out duties on platforms to prevent children encountering illegal, harmful or pornographic content. This is all very much welcome. However, despite some of the ambitious claims from the government, the bill still falls short on fully protecting children. As the NSPCC argues, the government has failed to grasp the dynamics of online child abuse and grooming. Again, I'm getting heckled from the front bench here, but engage with the children's charities and you'll find a different response. For example, it is... Yes, but they're not coming out in support of the bill, are they? For example, it's well evidenced that abusers will often first interact with children on open sites and then move to more encrypted platforms. The government should require platforms to collaborate to reduce harm to children, prevent abuse from being displaced, and close loopholes which let abusers advertise to each other in plain sight. Secondly, illegal activity. We can all agree that what is illegal offline should be illegal online. All platforms will be required to remove illegal content, such as terrorism, child sex abuse and a range of other serious offences. It's welcome that the government has set out an expanded list. However, they can and must go further. Fraud was the single biggest crime in the UK last year, yet the Business Secretary dismissed it as not affecting people's everyday lives. The approach to fraud in this bill has been a bit like the hokey-cokey. The white paper said it was out, then it was in, but out again in the draft bill and finally in today, but not for the smaller sites or for the search services. Yep. The government should be using every opportunity to make it harder for scammers to exploit people online, backed up by tough laws and enforcement. What's more, the scope of this bill still leaves out too many of the Law Commission's recommendations out of online crimes. Third, disinformation. The war in Ukraine has unleashed Putin's propaganda machine once again. This comes after the coordinated campaign by Russia to discredit the truth about the Sergei Skripal poisonings. Many other groups have watched and learned. From COVID anti-vaxxers to climate change deniers, the internet is rife with dangerous disinformation. The government has set up a number of units to tackle this and claims to be working with social media companies to take it down. However, this is very opaque and far from optimal. The only mention of disinformation in the bill is that a committee should publish a report. This is far from enough. And going back to my earlier point, It's the business models and systems of social media companies which create a very powerful tool for disinformation and false propaganda to flourish. Being a COVID vaccine sceptic is one thing, but being able to quickly share false evidence dressed up as science to millions of people within hours is a completely different thing. It's the power of the platform that facilitates it, and it's the business models which encourage it. This bill hardly begins to tackle these societal and democratic harms. Fourth, online abuse. From racism to incels, social media has become a hotbed for hate. I agree with the Secretary of State that this has poisoned public life. I welcome steps to tackle anonymous abuse. However, we still don't know what the government will designate as legal but harmful, which makes it very difficult to assess whether this bill goes far enough or indeed too far. I worry that these definitions are left entirely to the Secretary of State to define as well. A particularly prevalent and pernicious form of online hate is misogyny, but violence against women and girls is not mentioned at all in the bill, a serious oversight. Which platforms will be regulated by this bill is also arbitrary and flawed. Only the largest platforms will be required to tackle harmful content, yet smaller platforms, which can still have a significant user base who are highly motivated, well organised and particularly harmful, won't. Ofcom should regulate based on risk, not just size. Fifth, the regulator and the public need the teeth to take on the big tech companies with all the lawyers that they can afford. It's a David and Goliath situation. The bill does give powers to Ofcom to investigate companies and fine them up to 10% of their turnover, and there are some measures to help individual users. But if bosses in Silicon Valley are to sit up and take notice of this bill, it must go further. This should include stronger criminal liability, protection for whistleblowers, a meaningful ombudsman for individuals, and a route to sue companies through the courts. Finally, future-proofing, which we've heard something about. This bill is a step forward to deal with the likes of Twitter, Facebook and Instagram, although it has to be said that many of these have already begun to get their house in order ahead of any legislation. But it will have taken nearly 6 years for this bill to appear on the statute book. Since the bill was first announced, TikTok has emerged on the scene, and Facebook has renamed itself Meta. The metaverse is already posing dangers to children, with virtual reality chat rooms allowing them to mix freely with predatory adults. Social media platforms are also adapting their business models to avoid regulation, like Twitter saying it's going to decentralise and outsource moderation. There is a real danger that when the bill finally does come into effect, it will already be out of date. Again, a duty of care approach focused on outcomes rather than content would create a much more dynamic system of regulation, able to adapt to new technologies and platforms. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, social media companies are now so powerful and pervasive that regulating them is long, long overdue. Everyone agrees the bill should reduce harm to children and prevent illegal activity online. Yet there are some serious loopholes, as I've laid out. Most of all, the focus on individual content rather than business models, outcomes and algorithms will leave too many grey areas and black spots and won't satisfy either side in the free speech debate. Despite a full pre-legislative scrutiny, the Government has been disappointingly reluctant to these bigger recommendations, in fact going further in the wrong direction. As the bill progresses through the House, we will work closely with ministers to improve and strengthen it and to ensure that it does truly become a piece of world-leading legislation. Thank you.
We will begin with a time limit of 5 minutes. That is likely to reduce. Julian Knight.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Some colleagues have been in touch with me asking my view on one overriding matter relating to this bill. Does it impinge upon our civil liberties and our freedom of speech? What would I like to say to colleagues is that it does neither. Let me explain how I've come to that conclusion. In the mid-1990s, when social media and the internet were in their infancy, the forerunners of the likes of Google scored a major win in the United States. Effectively, they got the US Congress to agree to the greatest get-out-of-jail-free card in history, namely that they, as social media platforms, are not publishers and are not responsible for the content they carry.
This has led to a huge flowering of debate, of knowledge sharing and connections between people, the likes of which humanity has never seen before, and we should never lose sight of that in our drive to fairly regulate this space. However, what has also happened is that these platforms have been used as a means to cause great harm in our society, and because of their get-out-of-jail-free card, the platforms themselves have not been beholden to society for the wrongs that are committed through them. Now, that's quite simplistic, and I will at this point emphasise that as time has gone by, social media platforms have, to some degree, recognised they have responsibilities, and that the content they carry is not without impact on the very society that they make their profits from and has nurtured them into existence. So content moderation has sprung up, but it's been a slow process. It's only a few years ago, Madam Deputy Speaker, that Google was spending more on free staff lunches than it was on content moderation. And that's a company which has a higher turnover than the entire economy of the Netherlands. Content moderation is decided by algorithms, terms and conditions, drawn up by social media companies themselves without any real public input. This is an inadequate state of affairs. Furthermore, where they've decided to act, there's been little accountability, so there can be unnecessary takedown, as well as harmful content being carried. Is this democratic? Is this transparent? Is this right? These masters of the online universe have a huge amount of power, more than any industrialist in our history, without recourse to any form of public scrutiny, legal framework, or in the case of unwarranted takedown, appeal. I'm pleased the Government has listened to the recommendations published by the Decent Select Committee in part, in particular around Parliament being given control through secondary legislation over legal but harmful content and its definition, an important safeguard for this legislation. However, the Decent Select Committee and I still have some queries about some of the bill's content. Specifically, my committee is concerned about the risks of cross-platform grooming and breadcrumbing, where perpetrators seemingly use innocuous content as a means to trap a child into a sequence of abuse, and also focusing on what I call Tier 1, rather than extending that perhaps to other platforms, such as, for example, Telegram, which is a major carrier of disinformation. I think is a mistake, so I think that we need to recalibrate that to a more risk-based approach, rather than just by the numbers. These concerns are shared by charities such as the NSPCC, as the Honourable Lady opposite has referred to. On a systematic level, consideration should be given to allowing organisations like the Internet Watch Foundation to identify where companies are failing to meet duty of care, to prevent Ofcom being influenced and captured by the heavy lobbying of the tech industry. And it has been referenced about the lawyers the tech industry will deploy. If you look at any newspaper or any LinkedIn, you'll see they are recruiting at speed right now in order to find individuals who can potentially outgun regulation. And I think that, therefore, it is sensible to take a more an approach whereby which you will bring outside elements in to scrutinise and to review as we go forwards. In the culture of Ofcom, there needs to be greater flexibility. Simply reacting to a large number of complaints won't suffice. There needs to be direction and purpose, particularly when it comes to the protection of children, and should allow some forms of user advocacy at a systematic level and potentially at an individual level where there is extreme online harm. On holding these tech companies to account, I welcome the sanctions regime and having named individuals at companies who are responsible. But I do believe this bill gives an opportunity to bring about real culture change, as has happened in financial services over the last 2 decades. During committee stage, the government should actively consider the suggestion put forward by my committee, namely the introduction of compliance officers to drive safety by design in these companies. And finally, I have concerns on the definition of news publishers. We do not want Ofcom to be effectively a regulator or a licensing body for the free press. However, I don't want in any way to do down this important and improved bill. I will support it. It is essential. We must have this regulation in place.
John Nicholson.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm afraid I was under the impression that I was to be summing up for my party rather than speaking at this juncture.
Prefer to save his slot till later, then.
I would, if that's all right with you.
Come to that arrangement. Dame Margaret Hodge.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I hope I'll only take 3 minutes. The human cost of abuse on the internet is unquantifiable. from self-harm to suicide, grooming to child abuse, racism to misogyny. A space we thought gave the unheard a legitimate voice has become a space where too many feel forced to stay offline. Being a Jewish female politician online has seen my identities perversely tied together to discredit my character and therefore silence my voice. I'm regularly accused of being a Zionist, hag, a paedophile, a Nazi. But this isn't about politicians. We all remember the tsunami of racism following the Euros, and we know that women are targeted more online than men. Social media firms won't tackle this because their business model encourages harmful content. Nasty content attracts more traffic brings more advertising revenue, more revenue means bigger profits. So legislation is necessary to make the social media firms act. But this bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, will simply gather dust if Ofcom and the police remain underfunded. The polluter pays principle, securing funding through a levy on the platforms, would be much fairer than taxpayers picking up the bill for corporate failures. 3 other issues. I cherish anonymity for whistleblowers, domestic violence victims. It's vital. But when used as a cloak to harm others, it should be challenged. The government's halfway measure allows users to choose to block anonymous posts by verifying their own identity. That ignores police advice not to block abusive accounts, as those accounts help identify genuine threats to individuals, and ignores the danger of giving platforms the power to verify identities. Think about the Cambridge Analytica scandal. Surely, Madam Deputy Speaker, a third party with experience in unique identification should carry out checks on users. Then we all remain anonymous to platforms, but we can be traced by law enforcement if found guilty of harmful abuse. And we can then name and shame offenders. Direct liability. Fines against platforms become a business cost and will not change behaviour. So personal liability is a powerful deterrent. But only enforcing this liability when a platform fails to supply information to Ofcom is feeble. Directors must be made liable for breaching safety duties. And finally, as others have said, most regulations only apply to Category 1 platforms. Search engines fall through the cracks. BitChute, Gap, 4chan all escape. Yet the attacks in Pittsburgh Synagogue, Christchurch Mosque, all those platforms help to foster those events. Regulation must be based on risk, not size. Safety should be embedded in any innovative products, so concern about over-regulating innovation is misplaced. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is the beginning of a generational change. I'm grateful to ministers because I do think they have listened. But if they continue to listen, we can then make Britain the safest place online.
John Whittingdale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This bill is a groundbreaking piece of legislation, and we are one of the first countries to attempt to bring in controls over the content online. And therefore I share the view of the opposition front bench that it is a great pity that the second reading was tabled on a day when there is so much other business. It has been a long time in the preparation. I can remember chairing an inquiry of the DCMS Select Committee in 2008 on the subject of harmful content online, and since then we've had a green paper, a white paper, a consultation, a draft bill, a joint committee, several more Select Committee inquiries. And it is important that we get this right, and the bill has grown steadily, as the Secretary of State outlined. I don't need to add to the reasons why it is important we control content and protect vulnerable people from online content that is harmful to them. There are two areas just where I want to express a word of caution. The first, as my honourable friend is very much aware, is that the government has an ambition to make the United Kingdom the tech capital of the world. We have been incredibly successful in attracting investment. He will know better than I that the tech industry in Britain is now worth over $1 trillion and that we have over 100 unicorns. But there is now uncertainty created by the bill, mainly in the area of so much being subject to secondary legislation and not spelled out in detail in the bill, that this will have an effect of stifling innovation and growth. It's fairly obvious who the main companies that will fall into the Category 1 definition are. We're told that there may be something like 15 to 20. Some of them are certainly obvious, but I share the view that it needs to be determined more by risk than by reach. Simply being large doesn't necessarily mean that you pose a significant risk. So companies like TripAdvisor or eBay or Airbnb, which on the size criteria might fall within scope of Category 1, should not. And that is something which I hope that the Secretary of State and the Minister can say more about as to precisely what will be the definitions that determine categories. And it is more serious for the Category 2 companies, where it is estimated that something like 25,000 may fall within scope. And it is not clear what the obligations precisely on them will be, and that too is causing a degree of uncertainty. Nor is it clear whether or not, where you have a large company with several businesses like Amazon, whether some parts might be in Category 1 and some 2, or what would happen if companies grow, and could they be recategorised from 1 to 2. These are concerns which are being raised by the tech industry, and I hope that my honourable friend will continue to talk to Tech UK to allay those fears. The second issue has been rightly identified, is that of the effect on freedom of speech. We already have censorship, as has been described by the tech platforms. At the moment, they exercise their own judgment as to what is permissible and what not, and we've had examples like YouTube taking down the Talk Radio channel. I spent a great deal of time talking to the press and media about the special protections that journalism needs, and I welcome the progress that has been made in the bill. It is excellent that journalistic content is going to be put in a special category. I repeat the question actually asked by my right honourable friend, the member for Ashfield, but the Secretary of State made some very welcome comments, I think, on this morning about how there would be an additional protection introduced, so that if a journalist was having content which was shared online on one of the platforms, if that was going to be removed, then they would need to be informed and be able to appeal, and that, I think, may need additional amendments to the bill, and perhaps the Minister could say when we are likely to see those. And also there is the concern raised by the periodical publishers that specialist magazines appear at the moment to be outside the protection of journalistic content, and that is something which I hope can be addressed, because there are publications which deserve the same level of protection. But there is the wider concern around freedom of speech. The definition legal but harmful does raise real concerns, particularly since it is left open to subsequent secondary legislation to set out exactly what those categories will be. And there have been some widespread concerns raised that we need to avoid at all costs setting a precedent which may be used by others who are more keen to censor discussion online. And in particular, Clause 103(2)(b), which relates to messaging services and can require Ofcom to use accredited technology to identify CSEA material, and he will be aware that is also a matter causing some concern.
Darren Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In the interest of time, I'm just going to pose a number of questions which I hope the Minister might address in summing up. The first is about the scope of the bill. In the Joint Committee of which I was a member, we recommended that the age-appropriate design code, which is very effectively used by the Information Commissioner, is used as a benchmark in this bill, so that any services accessed or likely to be accessed by children are regulated for safety. I don't understand why the government rejected that suggestion, and I would be pleased to hear from the Minister to explain why. Second, the bill delegates lots of detail, either to statutory instruments or codes of practice from the regulator, or to later decisions by the Secretary of State. Parliament must see that detail before this bill becomes an act. Will the Minister commit to those delegated decisions being published before the bill becomes an act? Could he explain why the codes of practice are not being set as mandatory? I don't understand, Madam Deputy Speaker, why codes of practice, where a lot of the detail being asked of the regulator to set, would not be made mandatory on the businesses. And how can age or identity verification minimum standards be imposed if those codes of practice are not made mandatory? Perhaps the Minister could explain. Many users across the country will want to ensure that their complaints are dealt with effectively. We recommended an ombudsman service that dealt with complaints that were exhausted through a complaint system at the regulated companies. The government rejected it. Please can the Minister explain why? I was pleased the government accepted the concept of the ability for a super complaint to be brought on behalf of groups of users, but the decision as to who would be able to bring a super complaint has been deferred, subject to a decision by the Secretary of State. Why? When will this be taken? And if the Minister could allude to who they might be, that would, I'm sure, be welcome. Lastly, there are a number of exemptions and more work to be done, which leave very significant holes in the legislation. Clauses 5, 6 and 50 on democratic importance, on journalism and the definition of journalism, on the exemptions for news publishers, and on disinformation, which is mentioned only once in the entire bill. There is much more work to be done. I and many others recognise these are not easy issues, but they should be considered fully before legislation is put forward that gives gaping holes for people who want to get around the legislation to be able to do so, and for those that wish to test the parameters of this law in the courts, probably for many years, to be able to do so too. All of us, on a cross-party basis in this House, support the endeavours from government to make it safe for children and others to be online. We want the legislation to be implemented as quickly as possible and to be effective and as effective as possible. But there are very significant concerns here that it will be jammed up in the judicial system, where this House, in my view, unacceptably, is giving the job to judges to flesh out the definition of what many of these important exemptions will mean in practice. And might I just lastly say, the idea that the Secretary of State has the power to intervene with the independent regulator, to tell the independent regulator what it should or shouldn't do, obviously undermines the idea of an independent regulator. And whilst ministers might give assurances to this House that that power will not be abused, I do believe that other countries will say, look at Great Britain. It thinks this is an appropriate thing to do. Yeah. And so whether I'm in China or Russia or Turkey or anywhere else, we're going to follow the golden precedent set by the UK in how to legislate on these issues and give our ministers the ability to decide what content should be taken down online. That seems to me to be a dangerous precedent. The Minister's shaking his head, but I can tell him it does, because we looked at it and took evidence on it. The Secretary of State would be able to tell the regulator that content should be legal but harmful and therefore should be removed as part of its systems design online. We also heard that the ability to do that at speed is very restricted, and therefore the power is ineffective in the first place. And therefore, the government should change its position on that, evidently. I don't understand why, in the face of evidence from pretty much every stakeholder, the government agrees that's an appropriate use of power, or why Parliament would vote that through. So I look forward to the Minister giving his answers to those questions, in the hope that, as this bill proceeds through the House, it can be tidied up, made more tight, and made more effective to protect children and adults online in this country. Thank you.
Damien Collins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is an incredibly important bill. It has huge cross-party support. It was subject to the scrutiny of the Joint Committee, which produced a unanimous report, which I think shows the widespread feeling in both houses and on both sides of this chamber as well that we do legislate. I do feel, though, sort of, with regards to the Joint Committee report, I should respond to some of the remarks made by the Shadow Secretary of State in her speech. I agree with her that unless this legislation covers the systems of social media companies as well as the content it hosts, that it will not be effective. But it is my belief that it does do that. And I think throughout the process of the committee taking evidence, including from Ofcom, not just from the government, it was stated to us very clearly that the systems of social media companies are within scope. That Ofcom, when preparing the risk registers for the companies, can look at risks, which could include for Facebook the fact that the newsfeed recommends content to users, or when someone goes on TikTok and uses For You, that the company is selecting, algorithmically ranking content that someone might like. And that could include, for a teenage girl, content that promotes self-harm and being actively recommended by the systems of the company, or as Frances Haugen set out, extremist content and hate speech being actively promoted and recommended by the systems. That would be in scope. The algorithms are within scope, and I think part of the job of Parliament on an ongoing basis will be to ensure that Ofcom is using the powers that it has to audit the companies in that way, to gain access to information in that way, and to say that the active promotion of regulated content by a social media company is an offence, and that we expect in this bill being passed that will be fully in scope. If what we have is a piece of legislation where an individual piece of content is judged whether it should be there or not, that is taken down. There's no obligation of the company to proactively identify any copies of that content. We'd have a very ineffective system. We'd have, in effect, what Facebook has today, the way Facebook assesses content today. Yeah, and if that was effective, then we wouldn't need this legislation, but it's woefully ineffective. So the algorithms and the systems are in scope. The bill gives Ofcom the power to regulate on that basis, and we have to make sure that they do in preparing the risk registers. On the codes of practice, following my committee colleague, the member for Bristol North East, the point on the codes of practice is really important, that the regulator sets the codes of practice for the companies to follow. In the government's response to the Joint Committee report, the government set out that the regulator can tell companies if their response is not adequate. If an area of risk has been identified where the company has to create policies to address that risk, and if it's not good enough, then the regulator can still find the company within breach. I'd welcome if the Minister wishes to say more about that either today or see the bill goes through the House. But it is really, really important. The response of a company can't be to a request from the regulator that has identified risk on their platform to say that, well, sorry, we don't have a policy on that. They have to be able to set those policies. We have to go beyond just enforcing the terms of service the companies have created for themselves. Making sure they do what they say they're going to do, as the Secretary of State said, is really important. But we should have the ability to push them to go further. I agree with the Honourable Lady and with other members on regulation being based on risk, not just on size. And I think in reality that Ofcom will have to make judgment calls on smaller sites that are posing a huge risk. A new risk has been identified and it will have to do that. The regulator will have the power to regulate metaverse and VR platforms. Anything that is a user-to-user service is already within scope of the legislation. The challenge with the regulator will be, I think, to ensure that how you moderate a conversation between two people in a virtual room, as opposed to textual-based content they're posting, is much harder. And the technology will have to adapt to do that. But we should start that journey based on the fact that it is already within scope. Finally, I would say on the much-used expression legal but harmful, I'm pleased that the government took one of our big recommendations, which is to write more offences clearly onto the face of the bill, so it's clear what is actually being regulated. So promotion of self-harm is regulated content. Hate speech is part of the regulated content. The job of the regulator then is to set the threshold where intervention should come, and I think that should be based on case law. Many of these issues, like the abuse of the England footballers after the final of the European Championships, people have been sentenced in courts for what they did. That creates a good guidance and a good baseline for what hate speech is in that context, where we would expect intervention. I do think it would be much easier for the bill and for people, the service users that are regulated and people that post content, to know what the offences are and where the regulatory standard is. And I think rather than describing those things as legal but harmful, we should describe them what they are, which is regulated offences based on existing offences in law. The government, I think, made an important step in responding as well to say that the Secretary of State in seeking, or the government seeking amendment to the codes of practice would bring new offences within scope of these priority areas of harm. She'd have to go through an affirmative process in both houses, and that is really important. I think ultimately the regulations should be based on our laws and changes should be based on decisions taken in this House.
After the next speaker, the time limit will be reduced to 4 minutes. Kirsty Blackman.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to focus on talking about how people actually use the internet, particularly how young people actually use the internet. I feel, as was suggested in one of the comments and questions earlier, that this bill and some of the discussion around it misses some of the point and some of the actual ways in which particularly young people use online. We haven't mentioned, or I haven't heard anyone mention Discord, I haven't heard anyone mention Twitch, I haven't heard people talking about how people interact on Fortnite. A significant number of young people use Fortnite to interact with their friends. That is the way that they go and speak to their friends. And I don't know if the Minister is aware, but you can't change the parental controls on Fortnite to stop your children from speaking to everybody. You can only stop them speaking to everybody. You can't stop them speaking from everybody but their friends. So there is no parental controls in a lot of these sites that parents can adequately utilise. It is the case that you can only have this heavy-handed business where you can ban the child entirely from doing something, or they are allowed to do everything. So I think that there are some bits that are missed in this because it doesn't actually reflect the way that young people use the internet. In the girls' attitude survey produced by Girl Guiding, 71% of young people said that they experienced harmful content while online, 71% of the 2,000 girls that were surveyed. But one of the really important things that I also want to stress is that a quarter of LGBTQ and disabled girls found online forums and spaces an important source of support. So we need to make sure that children and young people have got the ability to access those sources of support, whether that's in forums, whether that's on Fortnite or Minecraft or Animal Crossing or whatever it is that they happen to be speaking to their friends on. That's really important and really key in order for young people to continue to communicate, and has actually been especially important during the course of the pandemic. There is, at this moment, a major parenting knowledge gap. There are a generation of parents who have not grown up using the internet. I'm one of the very first people that grew up using the internet that's got kids at the top end of primary school now. Once this generation of kids are adults, they will know how their children are behaving online. They will know what the online world is like because they'll have lived through it themselves. The current generation of parents haven't. The current generation of parents have got this knowledge gap, and I'm finding that a lot of my kids' friends have got rules that I consider are totally unacceptable and inappropriate because they don't match how kids actually use the internet and the interactions that they're actually likely to have on there. I asked my kids about what they thought was the most important thing, and what they said was the ability to choose what they see and what they don't see, and who they hear from and who they don't hear from. That was the most important thing to them, and that's been talked about in a lot of the information that we've received, the requirement to look at algorithms and to opt in to being served with those algorithms, to, rather than having an opt-out like you do in Facebook. Facebook says, are you sure you don't want to see this content anymore? Well, yes, I've clicked I don't want to see it. Of course I don't want to see it anymore. Having that opt-in, yes, of course I would like to see the things that my honourable colleague posts and all of the replies that he sends to people. I want that to pop up on my notifications. But I should have to choose to do that, and my kids feel like that as well. My kids and kids up and down the country, because once you get in, as this has been talked about, once you get into these cycles of seeing inappropriate, harmful, damaging content, then you're more likely to be served with more and more of that content. If at the very first moment you get to say, no, hang on, I don't want to see any of this. If when you sign up to the site, the first thing that you do is say, nah, I don't want to see any of this. All I want to do is speak to the people who I know, who I have sent a friend request to or accepted a friend request from. That is the extent of what I want. We need to ensure that there are enough safeguards like that in place for children and young people to be able to make those choices, for their parents to be able to make those choices in the knowledge and the understanding of how these services will actually be used, rather than MPs who don't necessarily use these services making these decisions. So we need to have the flexibility within it. And the last thing I would say, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the internet is moving and changing. 20 years ago, I was going to LAN parties and meeting people that I knew from online games. That is still happening. That is still happening today, and we're only now getting the legislation here catching up. It has taken that long for us to get here, so this legislation must be fit for the future. It must be flexible enough to work for the new technologies, the new social media, the new gaming platforms that are coming through.
Andrew Percy.
Speaker, I too regret the short space of time we have to debate this important bill this evening, but this is much needed legislation, and I agree with many of the comments that have been made already. These platforms have been warned over years to take action, yet they have failed to do so. Online platforms have remained a safe space for racism, for Holocaust denial, for homophobia, for conspiracy theories, general bullying. One of the best things I ever did, Madam Deputy Speaker, was leave Twitter for my mental health. But I'm afraid for too many young people that isn't an option, because that cuts them off from access to their friends and to much of what is their society. So I am proud that this government is taking action on this. But as the Minister knows from my own meetings with him alongside the Anti-Semitism Policy Trust, there are ways in which I think this bill can be improved in a couple of ways. The first of those is in small, high-harm platforms. And this is something I pay tribute to the Anti-Semitism Policy Trust, who have been leading the charge on. As the Honourable Lady for Aberdeen North just said, everybody knows Facebook, everybody knows Twitter, everybody knows YouTube, but a lot of the smaller platforms people are not aware of, whether that is BitChute, 8kun, which was previously 8chan, or Minds. But these small platforms are a haven, Madam Deputy Speaker, for white supremacists, for incels, for conspiracy theorists, for anti-Semites. It's where they gather, it's where they converse, it's where they share and spew their hate. And to give you an example, Madam Deputy Speaker, of just one of these, the so-called anti-Jewish meme repository on the platform Gab constituted a picture of goblins, in this instance which was the usual grotesque representation of those age-old Jewish physical stereotypes, alongside the phrase, "Are you ready to die in another Jewish war goyim?" This is the stuff that is on these small platforms. It's not rare. It is something that we see all over. Indeed, many of these small platforms exist purely to spew this hate. But at present, despite the many advantages and measures in this bill I support, these sites will be sifted by Ofcom into two major categories based on their size and functionality, which is the point I met with the Minister to discuss recently. I know the government has not been enthusiastic so far about risk being a determinant factor, for fear that too many of the small platforms would be drawn into the scope, which is why I do hope that as this bill progresses, the Minister will consider a small amendment to this bill to enable Ofcom powers to draw these small but high-harm platforms based on its assessments, so-called super complaints we've heard about, or other means, into that Category 1 status. That would add a regulatory oversight and burden on those platforms. It's all about putting pressure on them, requiring them to go through more hurdles to frustrate their business model of hate, make it as uncomfortable as possible for them. So I hope that he will look at that as this bill progresses. Very short of time. The second element I wanted to raise was, of course, the issue of search, which the Minister knows I've raised previously. We found examples which we met through the Anti-Semitism APPG on, through Alexa and through other voice-activated search platforms, where the responses which come back are deeply offensive, deeply racist. And I get that the relationship with the user when you're entering into search is different to that when you have an account with a particular social media platform. But these search engines are providing access to all sorts of grotesque, racist, misogynistic content, and I do hope that we can look at that as this bill progresses, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Pollard.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome this bill. I think it is an important step forward, and it's for the reason that I welcome it that I want to see it strengthened, because this seems to be an opportunity for us to get this right, and in particular to learn the lessons where we have got it wrong in the past. And I want to raise in particular two different types of culture to briefly address. The first one of those is about incel culture, and I'd like to relate that to the experience that we had in Keam with the mass shooting in Plymouth last year. And the second one is the consequences of being Insta-famous. Very briefly on this one, it's been just over 6 months since the tragedy in Keam, where we lost 5 members of our community in a tragic shooting. The community feels incredibly strongly that we want to learn the lessons, no matter how painful or difficult they are, to ensure that something like this never happens again. And we're making progress working with the Home Office in gun law changes, in particular linking medical records and gun certificates. But there's one part which is incredibly difficult, and that is addressing incel culture. Now, it's been mentioned by my friend from the front bench, and indeed the member who just spoke before me, but incel culture sits in the toxic underbelly of our internet. And in many cases, it sits on those smaller platforms, which this bill will not extend the full obligations to. And the reason I mention that is because that has real-world experiences. Now, I cannot allocate responsibility for what happened in the Keyham shooting because the inquest is still underway and the police investigations are ongoing. But it's clear that there has been online radicalisation that contributes to it, and indeed many of the sites that are referenced as smaller sites that won't be covered by this legislation contributed perhaps in part to the online radicalisation. Now, incel culture, when it leads to violence, is not domestic terrorism. It falls between the stools. It must not fall between the stools of this legislation as well. So I'd be grateful if the Minister could agree to meet with myself and members of the Keyham community just to understand how his proposals could relate to the learnings that we are coming out with in Keyham to make sure that nothing like this can ever happen again. Because I say to the Minister that the online radicalisation of our young men in particular is really important that we understand where the rescue routes are. Because this is not just about the legislation, it needs to be about how we rescue people from the routes that they're going down. And so I'd like to understand from the Minister how we can ensure that there are rescue routes, that schools, social services, mental health providers can understand how they rescue people from incel culture, and in particular the online radicalisation of incel culture with US gun culture, the glorification of that and the misogynistic culture that exists in this space. The second area about culture, I think, is an important one about how we learn from the young people at the moment. Plymouth is a brilliant place. We both are home to the God TV, a global evangelical broadcaster, but also to many porn production companies at the same time. It's quite an eclectic creative setting. But one of those is looking at how we can learn from the culture of being Insta-famous. Now, Insta-famous is something that many of our young people are looking at from an early age. They're looking at body beautifuls, they're looking at perfect smiles, they're looking at an existence which is out of the reach for many people. And in many cases, they are viewing the creation of online pornography via sites like OnlyFans as a natural and logical extension to being Insta-famous. And it is something that, sadly, can attract a huge amount of income from. And so young people taking their kit off at an early age, especially in their teenage years, can produce high earnings. So I want to see those big companies challenged not to serve links on Instagram profiles to OnlyFans content for under 18s. That sits in a grey area of this bill at the moment. I'll be grateful if the Minister could look at how we can have that and have that as a serious setting so we can challenge that culture and help build understanding about how Insta-famous must mean consent and must mean protection. Thank you. Good speech.
Adam Freer.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Overall, I very much welcome this bill. I think it's been a long time coming, but I think that none of us here would disagree that we need to protect our children, certainly from pornography and all sorts of harassment and awful things that are on the internet and on online communications platform. So there's no argument or pushback there at all. Also welcome the age verification side of things. I think we all would welcome that too. I think the repeal of the Malicious Communications Act, good move. The Communications Act adjustments of a couple of these sections, again, really good move, really good positive steps, and I'm very glad that this bill is before us now. So I think in principle, I think pretty much everyone here would agree in general with the principles of this bill, and I thank the government very much for getting there eventually and introducing it. But as chair of the Freedom of Speech all-party parliamentary group, I do just need to say a few words and express a few concerns about perhaps some of the detail and perhaps some of the areas in which this bill could be improved yet still further. And I think the first comes to the requirement that, social media companies have a regard to freedom of speech. It's very easy with all the concerns we have, I have them too, to push too hard to say that anything that could even be slightly harmful, the social media companies must clamp down on it immediately, and if it's uncertain what harmful actually means, not to give them the powers or the incentive through financial penalties to shut down on freedom of speech, just in case something was seen to be harmful by somebody. So I think as the bill progresses, it'll be interesting just to look if there's an area in which we can tighten up the power of the freedom of speech rights and powers there. Second, there is this huge issue, and I think one or two other members have raised this, about definitions. Clearly, if we said if something is illegal, it shouldn't be there and it should disappear, of course we will agree with that. If we say if something is harmful, it shouldn't be there, it shouldn't be transmitted, it shouldn't be amplified, we start to get into difficult territory because what's harmful for one person may not be harmful for another person. So I think we do again need to take just a little bit more of a look at what we're talking about here. I'm often called Tory scum online, you know. I'm thick-skinned, I can handle it. Sometimes happens in the chamber here. But, you know, I'm thick-skinned, I can handle it. So if there were an option for me online to say, do you know what, I'm relaxed about seeing some content that might be a bit distasteful for others, I'm okay in seeing it and hearing it, particularly around academic discourse. It's really important. We hear the other side of the argument, the other side of discussion, the other side of debate, and out of context, one of those phrases or one of those arguments might be seen to be really harmful to a certain group within society. I mean, I'll just flag the issue, but when we're talking about the trans debate, even the mention of the word trans, even the mention of the word male and female can really ignite hurt and harm, and we could even argue it's severe harm, and therefore I think we need to be very careful about what the definitions are that we're working towards. And finally, I think that the key principle here is that we should be looking at ensuring that adults who have agency can make decisions for themselves. So I hope that there will be an area in which these social media companies can choose not to remove the content entirely, not to amplify the content, but actually to flag the content so that grown-ups with agency, like us, like a lot of the population, can choose to opt in or to opt out.
Clara Lockhart.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Whilst long overdue, I welcome this bill and welcome the fact that it does go some way to addressing